Right, good morning. Robert's not here. Thank you very much. Right. Oh, just when you think you've got everything under control. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Northern Area Planning Committee on Tuesday, the 24th of October. I'm Councillor Sherry Jesperson, chair of this committee, and with me is Councillor Mary Penfold, who's our vice chairman. Dorset Council officers here today. I have Mike Garrity, head of planning, Simon Sharp, Senior Planning Officer, Annabelle Fox will be coming soon, Steve Savage, our Transport Development Manager, Phil Crowther, our lawyer, Megan Rochester, Democratic Services Officer, Elaine Tibble from Democratic Services, and a particular welcome, if you would please, to Josh Kennedy, who's one of the Dorset Council apprentices, who's in the background there listening in for his first, this is the first meeting he's attended, so best behaviour, please, to impress our apprentice. Committee members will introduce themselves when they first speak, if that's all right. Now, we have a full agenda today, so we expect to continue into the afternoon. We will break for lunch at an appropriate point. I am aiming to get the first two applications done before we break, but let's see how we go. I won't be rushing anybody because we've got a lot of important business to get through today. We can take a comfort break during the morning anytime we need it. If I forget to invite you to take a comfort break, just sing out and say so. So for those visitors who've not been to a planning meeting before, and for people who might be listening online, I will briefly outline the procedures. So we have a number of applications before us today, which we will consider in turn. For each application, I will invite the case officer to present their report and recommendations, followed by presentations from other officers as appropriate. The reports and background papers have been available for members and members of the public to read and discuss with officers prior to the meeting. It's important to note that the presentation by the officers here today is that's not the first encounter of members of this committee with these reports. Next, I will invite those members of the public who've registered to speak to address the committee. When I call your name, please come up to the little brown table and switch on the microphones. Each speaker has been allocated 3 minutes, and in the interest of fairness, I won't allow people to overrun. When we've heard from all the public speakers, I will close the public part of the meeting and no further interventions are permitted. Committee members may ask questions on points of clarification, and when they've done that, we move to the deliberation part of the meeting, and they discuss each application and come to a view, and we pass to a vote. Finally, I must remind visitors that this is a Dorset Council meeting held in public, not a public meeting. So only those members registered to speak may do so. You must not speak directly to any member of the committee during the course of the meeting. Thank you very much. So moving on to our agenda promptly. Apologies, we have none. We have no apologies, but we do have 2 members of the committee who are coming up from Dorchester who have told us that they are held up in traffic. So they will join if you see 2 other people joining the committee, that's who it is. If we have started considering the first planning application before they get here, then they won't be able to participate in that debate or vote because you have to hear the entire thing. But we can do the preliminaries and that might give them time to get here. Declarations of interest. Do any members have any declarations of interest? Carol. Councillor Jones.
Carol Jones, Mr. Newton. As a trustee of the Wales Sanctuary, we've made a grant application to Wall Wood House. I don't believe that it's in pecuniary interest, but I wanted to mention it. And unless advised, I will take part in the vote.
I have a nod from our lawyer here to say that's fine, but it's very helpful to put it out there in the public domain. Nobody else? Lovely. So can we confirm the minutes of the last meeting? Agreed. Lovely. I will sign those at the end of the meeting. Public participation I have covered, so we can now move on to our applications. Robert, if you're ready, we'll start with yours, or if you need a minute or two, we can alter the order. For all, or just yours? You could. Right. We have a small technical difficulty. It won't be the only one we have today. So what I propose to do is, with the permission of the committee, are we good?
Wide drive.
We've just got an issue loading the presentation, Chairman, so we're just sorting that out.
All right. Do you want to? I was going to move the order of the agendas to give you time. Would that be helpful? And then go with you, Simon.
That's fine. Fine, yeah, thank you.
Yes, that's right. So with the permission of the committee, we will take agenda item 7 before agenda item 6. That will give us time to, because I don't want officers to be flustered by the technology, which means we're looking at land at Tarrant Valley's Interiors in Stubhampton Manor Farm, Tarrant, Gunville. This is an interesting application involving EV charging points, not the first one we've seen that covers this, and it won't be the last either. So I will now invite Simon Sharp, Senior Planning Officer, to give us his report and recommendations when he's ready. We are really very nearly there. I do think the technology is still playing up a bit. Simon, are you good to go? Lovely. Over to you, Simon, when you're ready. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. So this item is for what's described as a EV hub, but as you'll see from the report, members, it is comprised of actually a retail element and also then a light industrial element, which is actually proposed to be the relocation of the joiner's workshop that currently occupies the building. I think without further ado, Chair, I'll share my screen and then you'll be able to see the presentation.
Thank you.
A slight delay from my computer to the screen, but so the site is actually, it's in the heart of the Cranbourne Chase and West Wiltshire Downs AONB, which is a valued landscape. It is also, as we'll be seeing in a moment, in close proximity to a conservation area and listed buildings. So it is a sensitive setting for development to occur. So the slide on the screen shows that the site is currently occupied by a building that was actually built in the 20th century as a chicken shed for an agricultural use, but is now predominantly used by a joiner's workshop, making kitchens, etc. And that use has prevailed on site for approximately 30 years. It's near to the junction of Valley Road, which is the road that follows the valley floor up through the Tarrants, the villages, and the junction with Bussey School Road. So this slide, members, shows you the context of the designated heritage assets. So the site is on the corner of where my cursor is hovering now. You can see on the screen here, on the corner of Bussey Still Road and Valley Road. The conservation area boundaries are annotated in blue on the screen. So you can see there's various parcels of conservation area. It's not one continuous conservation area. And then there are listed buildings annotated with the red stars on this plan. So members, I bring your particular attention to the proximity of one parcel of the conservation area, which is on the opposite side of Valley Road to the site, and then also the proximity of the two listed cottages, which are referred to in the officer's report. And clearly, this redevelopment of the site has the potential to affect the setting of those listed buildings and the character and appearance of the conservation area, as well as the qualities of the area of outstanding natural beauty. The site is also in close proximity to public rights of way, and those public rights of way therefore afford, in this instance, views of the site. They are sensitive public receptors. When I've been to the site on various occasions at various times of the day, and apart from when I visited the site after dark, those public footpaths were in use by not only local people, but particularly footpath E25 on the top of the hill. As you'll see from the photographs in a moment, there was also visitors using that footpath from outside of Dorset. So this plan on the screen shows on the left-hand side the site as existing with the what I call the chicken shed building, because that's what its original use was. And then on the right-hand side, you can see the two new buildings proposed. The larger of the two here, which will be described as the EV hub, which will be partly used for retail use and then partly used for the joiner's workshop. And then the smaller of the two buildings here at the angle is covered parking bays. This shows that site out in more detail with the covered parking here. There is also uncovered parking here. There are proposed electric car charging points under the cover of the covered parking area here. This area here on the screen is the retail area, so that includes what would be a shop use as well as a cafe use. And you can see from this proposed site plan that it is intended to have an outdoor seating area between the building, the larger building, and the hedge on the Valley Road frontage. There's also here a bin storage corral, and so storage here, and ancillary storage and plant between the joiners element here and the retail element here. Vehicular access is proposed basically from a widened improvement of the existing access off Bussey Still Road, but members will probably note also that there is a pedestrian site access proposed off Valley Road direct. This is the floor plan in more detail and a proposed elevation on below the floor plan here. This is the elevations for the covered parking, which is in essence a modern interpretation of a traditional car shed. So moving on to the photos, I'm not sure what's happening on the bottom of the screen, members, but apologies, it's not replicated on my screen. This is the interior of the building, so you can see it's used as the kitchen fabrication joiner's workshop. You'll see from the ceiling that the building is not in a great state of repair, to be honest. It was obviously designed as a chicken shed and being adapted for use as the joiner's workshop. This is the exterior of the building. The small plans, hopefully members, are helpful here on the right hand side, is the direction of the photograph and the approximate position where that photograph was taken. So this is to the rear of the building, the existing building, and as you can see from our friendly Bull here, it's agricultural use around, and indeed part of the site is actually also used for agricultural purposes. When I was there were sheep grazing in this exterior land around the building. This is the view from the existing access from Bussey Stall Road. So again, you can see that's the direction of the photograph from the plan here below. Is the existing building or site, and inside here is that joiner's workshop. You can see there's field species hedges on the boundaries, hawthorn, mix of elder, etc. A view from the top corner of the site. Again, you can see the field on the left-hand side for grazing. You can see also how the land rises up on both sides of the site, because the site is close to the valley floor. And in a minute, you'll see photographs taken from just beyond this hedge line where a public right-of-way follows the other side of that hedge line and affords views across the valley and across the site. So now we're on that public right-of-way, and you can see I've annotated with arrows Bussey Stall Road here, and here's the existing building on site. And you can also see from this photograph how the land is again behind the site as well.
Yes.
We just had a message that the presentation is a little bit blurred on the website.
Right.
So there was a request. Would it be possible for Simon to just unshare his presentation and reshare it and see if it?
Yes. Yes.
Do you mind?
No, not at all. If pause, if you would like to do that, Simon, please. It was actually breaking up a little bit here, wasn't it, on our screen? So, is anyone watching it live? Committee members, if you sometimes no, you're not. Seems all right. On Teams is probably better. Yes, yes, yes.
It seems to have got rid share of the blurring at the bottom of the screen.
That seems to have worked. We will hope that that's worked as you were, Simon. Thank you very much.
So this is the view. So you're looking across also part of the conservation area here to get to the site, and we'll see there are other parts of the conservation area in close proximity from this view. This is further along that footpath. It's basically to show that there are modern interventions in this landscape, and that's an important point to note, members, that it's not by any stretch of the imagination a sequence of traditional vernacular buildings along Valley Road. Here's a photo of the two listed buildings. There are photos of the listed buildings much closer to them, the two referred to in the report, and you can see the juxtaposition with the site on the opposite side of Valley Road. Maybe further along, so you can see that because the hedge at the time of the site, this photograph, the hedge had been flailed, and even a person I would imagine of 5'5" to 6 foot would be able to have a view afforded over the hedge, because the land rises immediately behind the hedge. Then the views are afforded over it across to the site and to the listed buildings. So this is, let's say, a continuous sequence of sensitive visual receptors along that footpath. There's the other public right-of-way in the vicinity that follows Valley Road. Valley Road is just on the other side of the hedge here, to the right-hand side. The footpath is elevated above road level, and as a consequence of that elevation, it affords views over the top of the hedge to the site that you don't quite pick up on the road below. So again, and you can see members, but it is a well-trodden path. I would imagine because of the narrowness of the road, and also that the road has in the past been subject to some pooling water, that it provides a dry, safer route for pedestrians along this public right-of-way here. This is a view with the site in the foreground, but away up the hill there's our resident bovine there for context. And a view over the hedge on Busseystill Road, looking up towards this house, which has had this this modernist element here built. Now we're back on Valley Road, within the conservation area. Here's the site. So from this view, the larger of the two buildings will be clearly visible from this vantage point. And of course, as people enjoy the setting of those listed buildings, you will see the new building in that context. So that concludes the visual part of the presentation, Chair. You can see from the report, members, it's an application that basically secures the future of the existing employment provider within the new building, so they will benefit from the much better thermal properties, the lack of internal columns. They won't have the restricted headroom that chicken shed does not benefit from at the moment. It has obviously an improved parking and access arrangements for that building. But of course, there is the EV hub element as well. I think it needs to be clarified that, as I've set out in the report, is essentially a small-scale retail use. And a small-scale retail use that is compliant with policy 12 of the adopted local plan, being small scale. You'll see in the report that there is a tension between policy 20 and policy of the local plan and policy 12, policy 20 requiring a need to be demonstrated, policy 12 not requiring that need to be demonstrated for small scale retail. And we can't get away from the fact that there is that tension between the two policies. But as I said in the report, it is policy 12 that has the consistency with the most recent NPPF, National Planning Policy Framework. And I think the weight in this instance should afforded to policy 20 should be tempered, with it requiring a need to be demonstrated when policy 12 and the NPPF don't require a need to be demonstrated for a small scale retail use. So this is a small scale retail use. There's no doubt that it will attract custom from further afield, but the fact that it is small scale, as defined within the local plan, it is of a scale commensurate to serve the local community, and isn't of a scale, and I've suggested a condition to restrict the retail element to that scale to no more than the 280 square metres of floor space. With that condition, then it won't impact on the vitality and viability of town centres and the locality, specifically Blandford. You'll also note, and you'll heard this from officers before members, that competition is not a material planning consideration. There is, of course, an existing farm shop within the parish. There are also village shops in the locality, for example, one at Chettle, but competition is not a material planning consideration. There was one further point. There is a suite of conditions with regard to opening hours, with regard to lighting strategy, with regard to implementation of the landscaping, with regard to restrictions on floor space, which with officers consider will respond to immediate considerations, will respond to the retail impact considerations. We are proposing one additional condition, Chair and members, which is so that the use does not morph into a EV charging hub in its own right. We are proposing an extra condition to restrict the number of fast chargers on site to 2 only. So that's a maximum of 2 fast charging chargers on site. The implications of that are that it won't draw the additional traffic along the site to be a destination in its own right, and a unit in its own right as a charging station. It's not proposed as a charging station, but we consider that extra condition is necessary to ensure it doesn't become one. And the highways assessments have been undertaken on the basis that it is small-scale retail use, and for the relocation or the rehousing of the existing employment use, and not as an EV charging centre or station. Happy, obviously, in due course, Chair, to take any questions. I didn't know whether Steve wanted to make any additional comments.
Thank you very much indeed, Simon. Thorough as ever, and thank you for that last extra condition which we have discussed, and I think might be very helpful for local residents. Steve, on the highways element, would you like to make a presentation?
I can make some comments.
You
Chair.
can, please.
Simon, would you be able to put your on here?
Which
No,
pictures would you
picking
like?
up?
Pictures would you like up?
Is off.
Oh, Cherry.
Share it with you.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's better.
That's
Simon, could you just pull up the slide that shows the parking? I think it's worth just confirming for members.
microphone a bit closer.
I think it's worth. You're not working, Simon. Borrow yours.
Oh, it's going to be one of those days, everybody. Let's bear with the technology. Luckily, our brains are still all working. That's better, thank you.
You can see the car parking now in front of you, members. The submitted plan there shows 26 car parking spaces, which includes 2 disabled parking bays, which you can just about make out on the slide at the end of the covered area to the north. And then there's one immediately adjacent to the entrance to the unit itself. 15 of these will be provided with the 2 fast charging stations that you've just heard about. They, I presume, will be under the covered area. The actual submission itself shows, you can just about make out some very tiny rectangles on it. They show additional charging stations. And I think the important point here, as Kate also mentioned, is that we're happy with 2. We think that if there's more than 2, then it could be a traffic attractor for EV vehicles, bearing in mind the locality and the approach roads. So we have 26 car parking spaces here, 2 fast charging stations and 4 slow charging stations, which the applicant has determined will be available for local residents, should they wish to use them. To the bottom of the covered area, there's a small grey area which shows some charging for 8 bicycles, 8 electric bicycles. Now, the actual car parking numbers themselves have been provided in accordance with the authority standards. The retail element, the cafe itself, only require 5 spaces, 5 car spaces and 1 cycle. The commercial unit requires 6 spaces and 2 cycles. The office is 7, and then we have an additional requirement for two disabled spaces, and then we've got 6 staff car parking spaces. So as you can see, the retail element itself doesn't generate a tremendous demand for on-site car parking, but it's the other ancillary uses themselves which require the level of car parking that you can see there. With regards to the junction of Bussey Store Road, which is an unclassified road, and Valley Road, the C-class road, it's currently unrestricted effectively to the west of the junction that you can see there, and the speed limit then reduces to 30 miles per hour through the village itself. But from the 31st of October of this month, then the speed limit will be extended to 30 miles per hour to the west out of the village, effectively picking up when you drop down the hill into the settlement itself. So we're looking at a road which will be subject to 30 mile per hour traffic speeds. As a consequence of this, the visibility displays that are proven to be available at the junction of Bussey Store Road comply with the guidance from Manual for Streets for 30 mile per hour traffic speeds. They're just in excess of that to the west. The commercial unit, existing commercial unit, obviously generates low levels of traffic in its current use as a joinery. The proposal will generate more traffic. There's no escaping that fact. But as you've actually heard, the quantum of the development here is very low. So the advice that we've given you as the Highway Authority is that we feel that the proposal should not have a severe impact upon the surrounding highway network. And you'll recall when I spoke to you before that the test is through the National Planning Policy Framework, paragraphs 110 and 111, which is looking to define the word severe. In my opinion, the traffic levels generated by this development would be low. We couldn't sustain a highway refusal in terms of the severity of it. So consequently, Chair, the authority has recommended a conditional approval. I will, of course, be here to answer any questions that members will have.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Savage. That's again really very, very helpful. We will next hear from our members of the public who would like to speak to this agenda item. So I have, first of all, Mr. Jan Robinson, who's our first speaker, speaking against.
Before I start, may I point something out?
Yeah, can you put your microphone on first, Jan? That's lovely, thank you. Just press and is it, I don't see red. Sorry, Tim, would you mind? Oh, please don't. No, it wasn't you what done it. We are all having microphone. It's on now, it's on now.
I just point out.
Yes.
Make my case.
Still not working, I'm sorry. Could we have a working microphone there? I do apologise, everybody. We appear to be having one of those days. Is that working? No, that's not working either. Carol, yours is working.
Must be split.
Oh, no. That's lovely. Thank you. Yes, now it's really working. Yes. The floor is yours, Jan. Yes.
Could I just point out before I start my statement?
Yes.
That the case officer has added something which was not in his report published.
Yes.
And that is a material difference about limiting the number of charge.
Yes, absolutely. I knew you would have clocked that. Carry on with your statement.
The need for an electric vehicle station. DC Planning Officer Christopher Lee says it in his conclusion that there is a necessity to show an overriding need for the proposed development in the countryside, and that the proposal appears to be currently lacking in terms of this need, and therefore is contrary to the spatial strategy of LPP1. There is no professional market research provided by the applicant as to electric vehicle user need for this site location. You will need to be 100% satisfied that this need has been addressed. Recent government research refers to the future need for charging stations situated along main A roads in the UK that should mirror petrol stations currently available. Mr. Lee also says the renewable energy element appears to be restricted to providing power and heating only for the building, and there is no green renewable energy generation for the charging of electrical vehicles. Our second point is biodiversity. The biodiversity plan is inadequate, as it does not address this site and its nearest environs. I live in farm on 10 acres directly adjoining the applicant's site, within 75 metres of the buildings. My land are fowls, bats, lizards, mice, voles, snakes, hares, hedgehogs, etc., and some of these are protected species. The DC Natural Environment team say that you have a duty with regards to development proposal and its effects on European protected species, and to help conserve biodiversity. These wild animals do not roam, wild animals roam widely and do not stop at my boundary fences. The effect of the development on village residents. The number of letters received from residents in the PC who objected to the proposal was 48 and not 36 as stated in the report. And that 81% of residents who accessed the planning website were against the application. The application is to build a large commercial development in the middle of an ancient rural village with conservation areas within the OMB and a farming protected landscape. It is not a case of a new barn to replace an old barn for the same agricultural use, but a major commercial hub akin to a vehicle service station. This development is being undertaken for commercial purposes and will generate a large volume of additional vehicle movements, estimated, as was presented, at 1,700 per day compared to the 200 that we presently have. This would be a serious hazard to the most vulnerable of the hierarchy of road users, such as village residents who use the road daily for walking and cycling, as there are no vehicles for urgent. The Planning and Highways Department appear to ignore these serious concerns raised by both Paris Council and residents.
Thank you very much. The timing was spot on. Thank you very much. Mr. Richard Burden.
Good morning, Chair. I'm not the general public. I am the Principal Landscape and Planning Officer for Cranmer Chase Area of Outstanding Natural Beauty, and I represent the AMP Partnership Board. Our objection is summarised on page 37 of the report. Areas of outstanding natural beauty are the nation's finest landscapes, with the highest level of protection in planning terms, NPPA paragraph 176, and where development should be limited. And the purpose of the AMP designation are conserving and enhancing natural beauty. The Dorset Council has adopted the Cranmer Chase AMP management plan, and statutorily, the objectives and policies of that management plan are your council's policies for this AMP. Tranquility is a key characteristic of this AMP, and the management plan seeks to sustain that tranquility. The The AMB does not argue against the principle of replacing the joinery or the sustainable vision of the proposed development. There is, however, no overriding need for it all. It is in an unsustainable location and is therefore not sustainable development. The proposal envisages a major facility for the electric charging vehicles, together with butchery, joinery, rural retail outlets, cafe, and substantial car park. In other words, a main road service station. But the site is remote from customers, nearly 2 miles from the nearest main road. The narrow and twisty C25 route through the valley does not have large volumes of passing traffic to justify such a facility. The C-class road is inherently inadequate for significant increases in traffic, and the tranquility of the valley will be destroyed by large increases in traffic. Is that conserving and enhancing natural beauty? The limited opening days and hours of the nearby shop and cafe facility provide strong evidence of the limited market for the proposed development. The development located where it is proposed is unsustainable and the loss of tranquility for the whole valley, not just in immediate proximity, would neither conserve nor enhance the area outstanding natural beauty. There are some gaps in the report. The existence of negative impacts on the AMB, page 52, is not an acceptable excuse to permit further impacts that erode the quality of the AMB. The Dorset Council, that includes councillors and officers, has an overarching duty under Section 85 of CRUB that regard to conserving and enhancing natural beauty of every decision that affects land in the AMB. So the AMB Partnership urges the committee to reflect on development's impacts on the tranquility of the AMB for minimal environmental gain and to refuse the application.
Thank you very much. And next, can we hear from Russell Gagg? Russell Gagg, thank you.
I'd like to start this statement by drawing Chris's attention to the sheer weight of objection against proposed development. The ALMB, Dorset CPRA, Dorset Council Conservation, Dorset Council Planning Policy, specifically Spatial Strategy LPP1, Tarrant Local Parish Council, and as you've just heard, 81% of residents who registered a comment objected. Yet, in the face of such overwhelming, detailed and sustained objections that cite common issues of concern, such as lack of need, safety from increased traffic, overdevelopment of the site, noise, light on traffic pollution, and significant impact and likely damage to a protected and internationally recognised environment, we are one of only 20 dark sky reserves worldwide. Case officer recommends approving. If you examine this body objection in detail, especially if you've been present at the Parish Council meeting on 29th of March, you would understand that the depth of feeling against this development is profound and goes way beyond any not in my backyard cliches or nostalgia. This is the wrong development in the wrong place. Whilst I have an experienced professional view of the proposed design, I make these comments in a personal capacity. Despite what is stated in the planning and design access statement, the proposed scheme will likely double the developed area on the site. The new building will connect external seating, big stores, substations, accessways, and parking compound is totally out of scale to the immediate area of the village. In addition, the proposed building is being moved in alignment with the road, but also significantly closer to the road, which will increase its visual impact on the surroundings. The design of the building itself lacks any consideration of the impact. All the level and natural. Large areas of glazing combined with horizontal cladding and slate roof not only evidence a lack of imagination and detailing, but also further suggest a commercial and industrial estate service station aesthetic. I would suggest that it is not good enough for the case officer to simply disagree with the conclusions of the Council Conservation Officer, the AONB Officer, and the CPRE, all cite par to the landscape and heritage assets. Nor is it good enough to ignore the Conservation Officer's objection to the position of proposed external seating, which is, in the view of the case officer, acceptable. And that repositioning of the entire development closer to and parallel to the Valley Road
is permissible on the grounds that it is not uncommon. Finally, I would suggest that the existing chicken shed might well be a discordant feature in an otherwise notable landscape. But the planning committee now has the opportunity to disagree with the views of the case officer, reject the proposal, and reject a welcome member of harmony in our village.
Thank you very much. We now hear from Mr. Paul Wentworth of the Parish Council.
I'd also like to point out that statements were made on the application as it stands without the proposed restriction on the number of charging points. The main concern expressed by the 70 local residents at the Parish Council meeting on the 29th of March is the impact of the proposal on traffic volumes, adversely affecting the quality of life of the local residents, the rural nature of the community, and increasing the risk to vulnerable road users. The proposed development sits on a single road through Tarrant-Cromwell, Southampton, and is 2 miles from the nearest A road. For most of its length, Valley Road is too narrow for 2 vehicles to pass. There are no pavements or street lights on this road, and there are few refuges for pedestrians to step off the road when vehicles approach. Even at existing traffic volumes, pedestrians, cyclists, wheelchair users, and horse riders often find this a stressful experience. The application is rather vague on the potential increase to the current traffic volumes, which the village speed indicator device typically records at 200 to 250 vehicle movements per day. Analysis of the planning statement shows the potential to generate an additional 330 to 700 vehicle movements, or 2.5 to 4 times the current traffic volumes. The transport statement submitted in April shows the potential to generate between 230 and 480 additional vehicle movements, doubling or trebling existing volumes. With the additional photovoltaic that the application says will be needed, this volume could grow to almost 1,800 vehicle movements per day, 7 times the existing level. These figures directly contradict the claim in the transport statement that the projected generation of traffic is low compared with the traffic which is already passing through the road network. It clearly demonstrates non-compliance with the requirements of NPPF 1, 2, A and C. The application claims an overriding need for this development, which offers a good service to the local community, addressing the lack of access for EV charging points at home. Yet there are virtually no dwellings in Gardlock and Southampton that lack off-road parking to house a charge point. So there is very little in this proposal that local residents want or need. The need for more EV charging facilities is undeniable, and this proposal, like the Blandford Hill Eco Hub that we installed by Church, would be ideal for a main road location with ample passing traffic. However, the proposed location in a quiet rural village is totally unsuitable and unsustainable. Essentially, it is the right facility in the wrong location.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much. And we are now here from Edward Dyke, the agent. Can I just say to the good citizens of Tarrant Gumville, how excellently you've all kept to your time. Thank you very much. Made my job much easier.
Just really, I'll try and answer some of the questions that have been raised and put forward. Firstly, I confirm that we are happy to accept the condition restricting the number of fast chargers to 2, and the remaining slower chargers are predominantly going to be available for the local community to use on a registration basis. Effectively free charging for people on a 2-hour cycle. If they want longer, then they can pay the commercial rate for the charging past that. So we're in a climate emergency, as we all know. My client is extremely keen to establish this centre, which is effectively back plans to provide the new accommodation for the carpentry workshop. My client is also a farmer and produces good quality beef. He sells from another site on the farm, which isn't ideal, and he will be transferring the sale of his beef to this facility, which, as I say, is a fallback. So irrespective of whether or not you accept that there is the need for the EV charging, there is the need for a replacement building. And the replacement building will be of similar size to the existing building. The additional element is the element covering the EV charging points, which provides the additional solar panels to increase the amount of energy that's produced on site. The fast charging is from grid. You won't be able to generate sufficient to provide fast charging in any event, and the grid has confirmed that connectivity is available and the power available is there. The workshop, they're very keen to stay where they are in terms of where they're working from. It's a father and a son setup, and they employ people on a basis. As I say, the retail area will be set up so that it is providing an information centre as well, so that people can go in and find out everything to do with environmental friendly EV charging and use of sustainable energy. The proposed retail element, i.e. sale of meat and bakery, will provide people who go along to charge vehicles to buy property and so on. I don't think it's going to be a major threat to, although competition is an element of concern, but I don't think it's going to be a major threat to the local farm shop.
Your time is just about up. That's lovely. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Good. Excellent. Thank you very much then. So, members, first of all, do we have any questions for clarification before we start? Simon, reference was made to the biodiversity plan. It's been referred to as inadequate. Would you like to just clarify for the committee if it is adequate?
Thank you, Chair. So just referring them to the report, you'll see that our natural environment team have checked and approved the biodiversity plan. So it's been peer reviewed and approved by our natural environment team. So that's in response to that matter.
That's lovely, thank you. So I will move round the table then, inviting questions, starting with Councillor Penfold. Mary, your question.
Thank you very much. It was just a query about the flooding. I wondered if somebody could comment about the flooding in winter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Penfold. So the site itself is not at risk of flooding, but obviously local plan policy and the National Planning Policy Framework members, we have to be certain, including allowance for additional rainfall events through climate change, that the redevelopment of the site does not increase the probability of flooding off-site as well. And we know that Valley Road has had pooling water in the past. The development cannot be a panacea for existing issues. What we are, as the local authority, required to ensure is that it does not increase the risks of flooding from either groundwater flooding, fluvial flooding, or surface water flooding. You'll see that there's a condition posed in the officer's report. We consider as officers that there is sufficient land within the site to provide any attenuation that may be required to ensure that runoff from the site does not increase the risk of flooding off-site. So in essence, there's that condition proposed to do that, and we feel that that site layout has the room to provide any attenuation that may be required.
Very much. Thank you.
Okay, good. Councillor Heatley.
Cherry.
By the next,
It's on.
on now, Brian. Perhaps we need to, they need a little while to warm up, like old fashioned television. Brian.
I'm councillor Brian Heatley from Bromwell White in Weymouth. Thank you.
Not working.
It's still not.
John, yours is on.
Yours is on, so that. It's not, because I can see that it's not, none of them are. Could we have a little technical assistance here, because this is going to be very tiresome.
This one works, Chairman.
Yes, we know this one.
That's
Well,
round.
it wasn't. Sorry?
I'm councillor Brian Heatley. We heard about restricting this to 2 fast chargers. I'd like to have some idea of how long the slower chargers will be left there will take. There can be some quite fast slow chargers as well. How much of a charge are people going to get in the 2-hour cycle?
Thank you, councillor Heatley, for the question. It's a very valid question. I think what we would propose is actually that the condition includes a time span, so that we define a fast charger as being allowing an 80% charge, so that a fast charger would be an 80% charge within 2 hours. So a slow charge would be longer than 2 hours for an 80% charge. That makes sense.
Okay, but people could get an 80% charge in 2.5 hours. On the others. Possible.
Potentially, but slow chargers are normally what we call the trickle charge. Of speak from experience for having electric cars, that they usually are a 7-hour period for a slow charge for them.
Sorry, I can't have any intervention from I beg, no.
Perhaps, Chairman, I could just, from my own
Thank you.
experience,
Yes.
I would say that at a 7 kilowatt charger, you may expect to get 20 to 25 miles per hour of charge. So if you were charging for possibly up to 30, depending on what the power is delivering to the vehicle. So if you imagine a maximum of maybe 30 miles per hour for a 7 kilowatt charger,
Right.
that would give an example of something that would be a slower charge rate. So if somebody was there for an hour, they may top up by up to 30 miles.
Right. So if it was a real emergency, somebody could top themselves up, sit there for an hour, just enough to get back on the road, but they wouldn't. I think the important point that we need to be clear about, the objective of this new condition is to address the residents' concern and the highways' concern that if the fast charger, numerous fast chargers here would act as a traffic attractor, which is what the condition is trying to avoid. So I think so long as we're clear about that, I think we need to establish that whatever the final wording of this condition is, that's what it achieves. Is that what you were getting at, Councillor Heatley? Yeah, good, thank you. Councillor Andrews, do you have a question?
No.
Thank you very much. Councillor Parker? Councillor Pothbury? Councillor Rideout? Thank you.
Linda Rideout, Gillingham Ward. One for Steve, please. Highways. I'm a bit concerned about this pedestrian access onto Valley Road.
No, it's not on.
Press it again. Now it's on. Now it's on.
Is it on?
Yeah.
Yes. Press it slower. Linda Rideout, Gillingham Ward. Yes, question for Steve, please. I have concerns about the pedestrian access onto Valley Road. Coming, well, for pedestrians, cyclists just walking out onto we've heard is fairly busy road, narrow road. What mitigation would be there at that point? Signage, etc.
Through you, Chair. Yes, as you can, well, we could see. Could you go back to the planting, Simon? The applicants provided a pedestrian and cycle access to the southeast corner of the site. The intention being to site it as close to the village as they can get. In terms of visibility, you've got a relatively wide access there coming onto the grass verge, and I felt that we'd normally be looking for basically a 1 metre by 1 metre visibility display onto a highway. So I felt that it secured sufficient visibility for pedestrians and cyclists to safely access the road. We made sure that the gates were hung to open inwards. I think the original iteration, the gates were hanging outwards, so people would be opening while they stood in the road, which obviously wasn't ideal. But I think the main point here, Councillor, is that, in my view, the site is car reliant. I don't think it's going to attract a high level of footfall with regards to pedestrians and cyclists. I think it's pretty much the same as the home farm shop at the other end of the village, which is quite remote from the settlement as well, which is reliant on car use or occasional walkers to pass. So I think what you see before you is a farm shop, which is going to require people to drive to it. With regards to, and they're very pertinent points made by the objectors, that Valley Road itself is a comparatively low speed environment with limited opportunities for refuge for pedestrians alike. It doesn't operate as a safe shared surface in that it's a higher speed than our normal 20 mph target or lower. But I felt that we couldn't actually recommend a refusal based on that. Bearing in mind the quantum of the development, the small scale, the attractor for people to potentially walk there is low as far as we're concerned. But it is going to be utilised by people driving their cars. I have no doubt about that. So the important thing is here, is it an attractor for EV vehicles? We don't want it to be, because we don't think that we should be advertising that and encouraging vehicles along this narrow country road. Is it a suitable location for a small farm shop? We don't think we could say no to it. Chair.
Thank you very much. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you,
Yeah.
Chairman.
Just as, before I come to you, Councillor Cook, just a supplementary. So can people from the village access this site by footpath? No. Okay. So if residents from the village were using this facility, they're either driving there in their cars or they're walking on what Steve has just described as not an ideal shared surface. So I think we need to be clear about that. Yes, it's not going to be a comfortable walk for residents, I think it'd be fair to say. Thank you, Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Tim Cook, representing Shaftesbury. I'm concerned about the actual impact on the environment and from the footpaths and the views that were mentioned in the report. Is there any way that you can show the relative heights of the existing and the proposed building? Sorry, if you to find out what the relative impacts from both the road and the footpaths may be.
Yes, but there isn't a plan that shows the comparison between the two. The new is higher, but it's only, I say only, it's 4.9 metres to the ridge. So that is still single story in height. It is obviously closer to the road, so there is, and it's a larger building. If I go, so there's the elevation. It's clearly a single story building. There's obviously two buildings instead of the one building. you can see from this plan, members, Councillor Cook, that the existing building is set back further within the site, whereas the larger of the two buildings proposed is much closer to Valley Road. But it is, I use the word carefully, it is only 4.9 metres to the ridge, which is clearly still a single story building. It's the same height. Clearly the massing is much larger and the area is much larger, but the height is no greater than a bungalow, than a single story building for eaves and ridge heights. Thank you.
Happy with that? Again, if I could just ask a supplementary then. You mentioned earlier on about the glazing in the new building. So can you indicate on that where the glazing is? I mean, I know it's on the side of the building. I mean, in relation to the hedge and the road, is the glazing facing the hedge and Valley Road, or is the glazing facing out to the wider landscape?
Thank you, Joe. It's both. If you can see my cursor, if I
yes.
Along. So this is the inner elevation first. So this is solid, then a window open, solid, glazing, 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 solid, door, solid, glazing. The window openings there. The doors on the gable end, that's the end facing down towards the village. Turning the corner, so we're now on the Valley Road elevation. Got two small windows here, glazing, two small windows, door, glazing here, glazing here, glazing, and then the solid. So you can see from the elevations, this is the inner, the courtyard facing elevation. They are full height glazed openings. So clear, Chair.
So I think it would be reasonable to say then that there will be a good deal more light visible from the AONB with the new building than with the current chicken shed, which has only small, which I know well, and has only small windows. That members just might like to be aware of that. So I mean, I'm not terribly concerned about the glazing that's by the road, because that's kind of behind the hedge and the road, but from the other side, that glazing will, is that a reasonable conclusion?
But actually, because if you going in the wrong direction, you can see that the existing building, it does have these openings, but they're not the full height openings. And you can see the degree of solid external face on this building.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much. Councillor James.
I can shout, don't worry if it doesn't work. I'm just wondering, is the access to the EV charging points available 24 hours a day?
So for people listening who might not have heard that question, Councillor James has asked, is access to the EV charging points 24 hours a day?
Thank you, councillors. It's a very valid question. It would be restricted to the opening hours of the site. We could, responding to a question, make it very explicit on those conditions about the retail unit that would include the EV charging stations to be restricted to those same hours as well. So we could add a phrase within the condition, which number condition it is, on the retail unit to make it explicit that that would restrict the EV charging station to the same hours. I'm just while I'm speaking, trying to find the condition.
Personally, I think that would be helpful, but the committee can come. Does that answer your question, councillor.
Well, I just wonder that if you have people that to charge, who live locally, want to charge their cars overnight, that would actually inhibit them from doing so. And then I was going to ask about, in which case, what happens with lighting in the site in hours of darkness. And finally, I know you talk about fast chargers, but rapid chargers haven't actually been mentioned at all. And of course, rapid chargers, you can normally charge your car within 30, 45 minutes. The fast chargers are a couple of hours. I just didn't know if you needed to consider installing a rapid charging anywhere. Personally, I think rapid chargers are great, but that's
Thank you, councillor. So the lighting condition has its condition 4. I think it has a restriction on the times that the site can be illuminated with the external lighting. So that would, I'd imagine, restrict the use of those charging stations anyway. But I think we could strengthen that condition, or the condition about the retail use, to include the use of the charging stations as well. Probably again defer to Mike with regard to the technologies of EV charging units. But if having researched it, if we restrict it to anyone that would provide a certain amount of charge, 80% charge of less than 2 hours, I think that would actually then include rapid or fast charge, or whatever term you like to use it. It would then limit it by that through that time span.
Mike, you're clearly a rapid charging expert.
Well, I don't think there would be much purpose other than what Simon has just said, to be honest, in distinguishing
right
over time as well.
That's true.
So I think if we're talking about time limiting in that sense, then that probably has the desired effect as well.
I think that's helpful. I think the wording needs to start with the outcome that we're trying to get, rather than listing technologies, because as you rightly say, that will go out of it, that will capture out. In terms of your comment, Councillor Carroll, about residents charging their cars overnight, I think we need to tease this out, because if we're restricting the lighting and the site is in darkness outside of those hours, and we're restricting the activity there, then we have to consider whether it's safe, whether it's the hazards then involved in letting people leave their cars there to charge overnight, because we might be creating a liability for the owner if we say that they can charge their cars overnight, but they have to do it in complete darkness with nobody else there. I think we're coming at two slightly conflicting objectives for the site here, aren't we? So yeah, so members might have a view on that. Has anybody else got any questions? If not, I'm very happy to move on to thank you, Brian.
Is it working now?
Yes, it's working. They've warmed up.
This is the thought which I'm seriously thinking is reasonable. If a lot of local people want to use this to charge, their charge then typically take 2 hours. Presumably take their cars to place. Stay there for 2 hours to fill it up. And when they get home, they're going to walk. Probably. Then you're going to fetch their car. Does this lead to an increase in pedestrian movement? Councillor Ryan has concerns about this. So we're worrying
about. I think members, I think the focus should be actually on what proposed, which is the small scale retail and the commercial element, the joiners, workshop, rehousing. If we use the conditions to restrict the amount of fast chargers to the 2, actually we don't have another Phil might want to correct me here as council's legal representative. We don't have another planning use introduced anyway, so we are, yes, you might have a resident going along and walking back in the dark, etc., but it's not actually it's not actually a planning use that's being considered here. What we have here is a small scale retail use being proposed, and the consequences in terms of traffic generation, etc., of that, and the rehousing of the commercial element. What we don't have here is proposed is actually a charging station, and we can restrict the number of fast chargers to the two. And the planning uses proposed here are clearly the small scale retail use and the commercial use that's being rehoused. Because technically, I'm not, and I don't want to sort of complicate things for members, but there wouldn't be anything stopping actually the existing chicken shed putting the existing joints workshop placing a couple of chargers on their building and saying that it not being a material change of use, and inviting residents to occasionally come along and charge their car there. And it wouldn't actually be a material change of use if they did that. So up to a degree. So if occasional use by residents charging their cars came along, I wouldn't say that was actually a further primary use of the site for consideration, if that makes sense. We are considering here, members, the small scale retail use and the joiners workshop use, and we have some EV chargers, but two of them can be fast chargers and restricted by condition, but the actual the parking, etc., is actually ancillary to the two uses that are being proposed.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, you're absolutely right. Of course, we are considering a small scale retail use and a new workshop. But committee members will have already picked up that the vast majority of the concern of the discussion is generated by the EV chargers, and that's why it's before the committee, because that's the nub of the thing, and it is a limitation of the planning regulations that we have to discuss this in terms of a small scale retail use, because there isn't a use for an EV hub. I dare say there soon will be, but so I absolutely take that point that's been made. I absolutely take that advice, but please don't let that put you off when you come to discussing the impact of the EV hubs, because that's as much as anything else what we're here to discuss. So that was a very helpful question. I think about the we have to project our mind forward. We can't hypothesize, we can't do hypotheticals, but we do have to think as a committee what might be the impact of these of this new business on the people in the area, and how might they use it, and what might happen, and just try and without straying into hypothetical questions that we're not allowed to address. And we are on a knife edge here, as we so often are in this committee. Councillor Cook, is this a question, or are you moved on to discussion yet?
I thought we'd moved on to discussion.
We have. If there are no more questions, we've moved on to discussion. Please, off you go. Oh, sorry. Did you have a question, Councillor Pothecary? No, off you go, Councillor Cook.
Bearing in mind what's just been said about we are really discussing a small scale industrial and retail unit, I think, to be honest, I'm quite comfortable with that. And I take your point, Chairman, that a lot of the objections that I believe I've heard are of the increase in traffic movements due to the fact that an EV hub may or may not be created. How much leeway have we got within our conditioning system that we could actually condition it to only the residents of a specific area could use that charging point. Because what I don't want to do is to turn this down on the basis that we feel that too much traffic will be generated onto very small roads. But on the other hand, I don't want to stifle any small business that wants to, that wants to make its premises better. And I just feel that possibly the EV is actually a red herring. And could we, as in all conscience, could we disregard the EV charging side of things on the basis that there is a small business here that wants to do, or wants to carry on trading?
I would urge against disregarding anything.
Yes, no.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. I'd urge against this. Obviously, there is the EV charging points there. So I think the additional condition is that we've suggested is necessary to limit that element, so it's not becoming an attractor, like I said. Again, I'll defer to Phil's comments. I would suggest that a locals only condition would be unenforceable, unless the planning officer was out there asking people where they were from in terms of the station. So I would be concerned about the extent of that charging element and what it's used for. Then I think it's about the number of charges and how long they take to charge. And as you've heard from my verbal update today, I think that is necessary. It wasn't, and I speak to the third parties, the objectives present here. It wasn't in the report, and we've reflected on it since the submission, and be open and frank with you that upon reflection, we do think that is necessary to stop that action of the people from further afield using it as an EV charging hub.
Thank you. Councillor Belinda, Councillor Ryder, and then Councillor Pothcary.
Thank you. Councillor Ryder, Gillingham Ward. Listening to everything, I'm happy with the concept of the project. It's sort of mimicking a farmyard sort of layout, and it's enclosed and there's good screening. So I'm happy with that, but I do have two hang-ups, and one is with the glazing, particularly on the north-east elevation, and what can be done there, and will there be anti-glare, will it be anti-glare glass, etc. And can we reduce that glazing, that elevation? And secondly, the veranda area and the area for outside eating. I noticed in the conditions for opening times, it includes the veranda area is 8 till 7 p.m. Monday to Friday, 8 to 5 Saturday, and 9 to 5 Sunday and bank holidays. I'm wondering if we need a winter sort of summertime condition, bearing in mind the ONB and the light pollution. Maybe it just needs tweaking there to take that into account, Chairman.
I think that's very helpful. I mean, I think the question of light pollution, I'm hoping that we can do something more in conditions to deal with that, because it's still with us. So, Simon, could we condition that? I mean, in the it's the opening hours and the lighting conditions between them, and the question has been asked: could we condition the use of the outside space to daylight hours, basically? So 8 o'clock in the evening in the summer months is absolutely fine, but if we're there till 7 o'clock in the evening, in the winter months, we will have had lights on outside for 3 hours, and then there's clearing up time. Is that a possibility?
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Ryder. It was something I grappled with, and I was thinking about how, obviously, daylight changes as you go through the year, and I was grappling with conditions about it being the lights on only for an hour after sunset and things, and I was thinking, how is that precise as a condition? So I proposed the condition as it stands. But it could be a tighter time period, but if members consider that necessary, then of course it's within members' gift as a tighter period. If members consider that necessary. Chair as well, sorry, you've probably seen that I think the application form includes a series of uses proposed. Because the description includes EV hub, I think that the advice from Phil as your legal representative is we have to make it explicitly clear that we do need the conditions about the EV charging points, because the description does include the word EV hub, although the application form then goes on to limit the exact uses proposed. Because it says EV hub, we will need, because it says that as a use, we will need those conditions with regard to the number and hours of to make it explicit to restrict that element. That makes sense.
Yes, it does, absolutely. So just to be clear, what we have, we must do more than just condition the lighting and the opening hours for the retail unit. We also have to consider specifically what we want to condition for lighting and opening hours and the nature of the charging points for the EV hub. So we're not treating this just as if it was a small scale retail unit. We have to address the fact that it is an EV hub. That doesn't make it any more complicated. It just makes it slightly more explicit so we know what we're doing. That's very helpful. And we have already identified that the condition that you suggested. There's also a query about hours, and now we have a query about the lighting. So the three conditions already that we're looking at tightening up slightly. So we'll come to that at the very end and arrive at a form of words. Yeah.
So we'd have the condition shown in my introduction about the number of charges that charge with the 80% within 2 hours. Councillor Jones mentioned about the times of use of those charges as well, and then we've got the further debate members and Councillor Rideout about the actual whether the times proposed by officers are sufficient, or whether there needs to be necessary tightening of those.
And also the lighting condition, which will need another. Councillor Pothery.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I'd like to say thank you to our Planning Officer Simon. I think he did an excellent job in presenting this. I would normally thoroughly support business in our area, business development or expansion. I'm having real difficulty here, and we all want to support measures which address climate change, but I sort of feel that this EV hub is a bit of a red herring, frankly. I've listened to all sorts of arguments that have been said, and to be honest, I find no overriding need for this development in the countryside. And that's where I'm stuck. It does go against our policies and our spatial strategy. And I'd like to propose refusal of this application.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone who would like to second Val's proposal to refuse? Councillor Andrews, if you want. You want to say anything, John, or are you just seconding? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The reason I second that, I'm not against retail units. Keeping the EV charge ports, but unfortunately we have to deal with the applications in front of us. I don't think any conditioning will do what it needs to do. So therefore, second refuse.
Right, thank you very much. Does anybody, can I have any further comments? Because I don't want to shut anybody up. Councillor Heatley.
I support small retail development. It's not a great thing, but it exists. Problem with the EV is we don't know how people are going to behave. It's a new thing, a new idea, and it's very difficult to, I invented this knowledge a minute ago, seemed kind of interesting, but we don't really have idea what people would do. So my feeling with this is that we ought to find a way of accepting it. Conditioning it to beginning with, so the retail hub is somehow small. Now, those conditions could be changed in 5 years' time when there is some experience of running it and it turns out it's okay. But I don't like the idea of stifling what is it quite theoretically. There is some way we can kind of restrict the volume of the retail. I can't quite see how to do that, but just throw it down.
It is, I mean, but we've had the view there from Councillor Andrews clearly said that, and we have been working away here at these conditions, and your view clearly was that you can't see that we could condition this. I think you're not comfortable that we condition this, that there are enough conditions we could put that could make it acceptable in planning terms. I think that's what you're saying. Councillor Cook, and then I'm coming back to Councillor Cosgrave.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I think I agree actually with the proposal from the seconder here that it was what I was trying to get to with my question, although maybe slightly the word that I used was incorrect, but I think there is a disconnect here between two separate entities, and on balance, I think whilst wanting to to promote business and the expansion of business, I think that because the EV hub has been specifically mentioned within the planning application, I think that creates too much uncertainty and too much possible the law of unintended consequences, and so unfortunately I think we do have to refuse this.
Right. Well,
Sorry, Chair.
yes. Yes, that's all right. Right. Yes, we will adjourn for 5 minutes. And while we're doing that, we will just pause for breath, but we won't carry on with further discussion while one member of the committee is out of the room. So I've had a proposer and a seconder, but we refuse this. I now need to come to the proposer and seconder, and we now need to establish on what grounds we're going to refuse it. We have said, first of all, that it's contrary to policy 20 of the local plan because it has not demonstrated any overriding need for this activity in the countryside. We've also had reference several times to the fact that it's in an unsustainable location and would generate extra car journeys. Members, are there any other grounds that you'd like to propose? I'm looking to officers for guidance about whether that's robust enough grounds to refuse.
Thank you, Chair. So obviously, you've seen from members from paragraph 18.23 of the report, there is that tension in the local plan between, for example, policy 12, policy 20, but policy 20, as you've identified, does demonstrate that need has to be demonstrated, evidenced in a countryside location, and we are in a countryside location. So that first point, it is contrary to policy 20 because there isn't that need demonstrated. So members, you know, that's an acceptable policy citation there. I didn't know, though, with regard to the traffic generation, I'll probably defer to Steve.
Well, I think it was more, that was, we might not necessarily need to, it's to do with, members have mentioned several times that this is an unsustainable location in terms of the impact on the, so it's I mean, that just stands in itself because it brings with it a number of harms, doesn't it? If we're using an unsustainable location, if we deem this an unsustainable location, a number of harms then follow.
Sorry, Chair.
Yeah.
There's certainly, obviously, and Steve mentioned it in one of the comments to you members, that there's going to be a reliance on cars to get to and from the site. That goes without question. So it is a countryside location. It is an unsustainable location. There are going to be a reliance on cars. I would just guard then against adding to that in terms of the traffic generation. I would encourage members to restrict themselves to the unsustainable location, reliance on the car rather than actually the traffic generation.
We won't mention traffic specifically. It's to do with it's an unsustainable location. The only Councillor Pothbury. Against the spatial strategy. Thank you.
I think that's policy 20 you're referring to. I think, Councillor Pothbury.
It's probably covering the same ground. I'm looking at my proposal and seconder. Do you want to say anything about the impact on the AONB?
Yeah, protection of the AONB.
Yes, I mean, I'm looking. Yes, so we're looking for. I'm looking for harms. We're always told we should be looking for harm. So we're looking, and we're also adding in the impact. Yes. So Val, are you happy with that? And John?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, thank you.
It's also saying I just feel how building could be renovated and ask for change of use on the current footprint, and everybody would be happy.
Yes.
We all want to support business. I just think this EV hub is the red herring. Thank you
very much. So we have three Carol.
Before you go to the vote, Chair, I just have to come in, I'm sorry. It's not an unsustainable location. It's not an unsustainable location for a small farm shop, which is over 280 square metres. It's not a sustainable location. What is thrown is the EV charging. But frankly, I'm all for EV charging, so I'm sorry, but I'm going to vote against this.
That's all right. Yeah.
I just want to bring it.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, we haven't gone to it. We're still. Officers, do we need to adjourn to do more work on these grounds for objection, or are they robust enough?
Thank you, Chair. I'm clear with your first reason about the demonstration of need and the discordance with policy 20 of the local plan, it being in a countryside location, an unsustainable countryside location. I just, there's the reference to the harm, the AONB harm, I didn't.
Well, the impact was the word I used, the impact on Val, that you're running.
It's to do with the dark sky.
Okay.
And there will be a risk, naturally, with all these windows and everything else. Any business, actually, in the open countryside, a beautiful bit of countryside, can I add. There will be a risk that it will harm the dark sky, and it would be tragic.
Thank you, Judge. Is that, sorry to be, I just want for the benefit of everyone, is that from external or the internal lighting, the amount of glazing? It's the combination of
yes,
two.
Yes.
It's within the setting of the area.
Okay.
Yes.
So just so it's clear, it's the design of the building with the glazing and the inevitable external lighting required, and the setting within a valued landscape of the AONB and the dark skies. Thank you. Thank you.
Fair enough. Mike.
Sorry, Chairman. Yeah, I mean, I've just been listening to the debate, and I can see the arguments around the sustainability of the location. That policy 20 and policy 2, incidentally, picks up on that in terms of the actual spatial strategy. Impact. The report does identify potential impacts, such as impact on light, the AONB, the setting. What I would just ask the officer's view, if it's okay through you, Chairman, as to whether or not the building that's proposed would additionally add those impacts so that we would feel comfortable in recommending to you that actually impact on the AONB character to do with lights, for example, is going to exacerbate more as a result of what's coming forward as opposed to what's already there now.
Yes.
I think that's an important consideration. If what's there is not going to be any worse than what's actually on the site already. So I don't know whether the officer had a view on that particular issue.
Thank you. Simon, with the extra glazing and so forth.
Well, with the conditions proposed in terms of opening hours, etc., I considered that it wasn't going to have that harm, hence the recommendation for approval. That's obviously an opinion, you know, and members can come to a different conclusion, you know, that you are open to do that. I just felt that I think one of the objectors referred to, forgive me if I use the words, if I misquoted the objector said because I was thinking that because there was modern buildings already in the landscape, that was an excuse for another intervention. But actually what I've done is I've just weighed it in the balance and considered what's there at the moment in terms of the building, which does have openings. And I've considered that actually there was a visual enhancement actually in terms of the new building. There wasn't the harm to the landscape, and I did take into account the amount of glazing in the building in that judgment. But members are very open to come to a different conclusion that they are doing.
Proposer and seconder, you are minded to, notwithstanding the fact that the view of our officer is that the conditions proposed would mitigate the harm to the AONB. If that's not, if John certainly said he didn't feel that condition we could put in enough conditions to mitigate. If that's not your view, then we've heard the advice from the officer. You can take that line anyway.
Chairman, I think you can do your best to mitigate. I personally feel that 5 years down the line, who's going to know? It's so easy to ruin, actually, these fabulous landscapes, and by inadvertently thinking we've got it covered, and we haven't.
Thank you. I'm looking towards the officers now. Have we? I'm happy to adjourn if you think we need to do more work on this, but are you confident that we've actually given you 3 good grounds for refusal that I can put to the vote? You're happy?
I've only got 2 though. I've only got the,
But contrary to policy 20, the impact and the unsustainable location.
I've wrapped up the unsustainable
Yes.
location policy
Yeah,
20,
yeah,
to be honest.
yeah.
I would have thought
Two or
that.
three.
One.
Wrap it up as you like, just so long as we've given you enough. Yes, good. Okay, I think we know what we're doing, members. I'm now going to put this to a vote. I will just to absolutely double check, ask the proposer and the seconder, are you proposing and seconding on refusal on the grounds of the that we have just been outlining here? Those 2 or possibly 3 grounds. That's very helpful. Thank you very much. I would now like to put that to the vote. All those in favour of refusal on the grounds of that we have just been discussing and that are going to be formulated, please raise your hand. All those not in favour? Or refusal, yeah. So that refusal is carried. Is that what you said? 4, 5, yeah, sorry. God. That was it, sorry. Look, my lawyer panicked me. That refusal is carried, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Now, it's now 5 minutes to 12. That was a long item, but robust and very, very thorough. Thank you very much. So the decision I put it to the committee, we could break now for a lunch break for say half an hour and then come back, or we could carry on and do the one that the child Aikford application, but that also might be quite long. So you tell me which you're comfortable with. Either way, we're going to have a short break now, but carry on. Yeah, we'll carry on. Can we have a 10-minute break now? So that those who didn't get the break last time. Then we'll And thank you for your patience while we all took a short break and stretched our legs. There was a little bit of confusion of the vote at the end of the last agenda item and the counting. So what I'm going to ask members, if we will take that vote again, and this time make sure that we count properly. So without more ado, could I ask you please to vote on the agenda item we were previously discussing? All those in favour of refusal on those grounds? All those not in favour of refusal? Right, that's 4 all. And so it falls to me to use my casting vote as chairman. And had I used my casting vote as chairman before we broke, I would have done the same thing, which is I will vote to support the refusal. So that refusal stands. Thank you very much. Before we move on to the next agenda item, committee, can I ask you for somebody to propose and somebody to second that we run on beyond our 3 hours, which we certainly are. Councillor Jones proposing, Councillor Apothecary seconding. All those in favour? Thank you very much. So that means we don't have to do that in a panic at 2 minutes before our time runs out. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now moving to discuss the agenda item 6, which we deferred slightly while the officer was able to get here. This is Land of Haywards Lane in Child Oakford, erecting 26 dwellings. Now, we are reasonably familiar with this site and this application here on this committee because we've seen it twice before, once when we gave it outline planning permission and more recently when you rejected the reserved matters condition that we saw at this committee some months ago. We have before us now a revised reserved matters which seeks to address some of the objections that we raised last time. So I will now ask Robert Lennis to present his report and recommendations. Robert, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, councillors. It's nice to see you all. We have received one lay representation for this application, and concerns raised were primarily regarding highway safety and our principle from previously. So as you see before you on the screen, the description of development, direction of 26 dwellings. You'll be aware from having seen this application previously that the principle of the development has been established, along with the details of access and the related issues of highway safety. This slide shows you the photograph and an extract of the West map. Give you an idea where the site's at relative to the rest of Child Oakford. This plan, this slide gives you an idea of what constraints there may or are not with regard to the site. The lines are footpaths or bridleways, so you see there are no footpaths or bridleways running through this site. The blue dots in this blue outline area is the conservation area, so it is not within the setting or impacted by conservation area. There are no listed buildings adjacent or nearby the site, so there's no setting to listed building, and it is my opinion that the scheduled ancient monuments associated with Hambledon Hill and Hahn Hill are not affected by this development. Other points I wanted to raise with regard to character of the area. You can see where the arrow is circulating at the moment. This extension to Child Oakford was, the roads are Homefield, Knott's Close, and Allen's Close. These were built in the 60s, primarily bungalows or chalet bungalows. To the north of the site, this cul-de-sac is Charlwell. It consists of primarily two-story dwellings. There are at the entrance to Charlwell terraces, or pardon me, 2 terraces of 3 dwellings. This is a little further to the north is Greenway, and that's a mixed character of 2-story and single-story dwellings that was built in the 40s and 50s. Charlwell, this cul-de-sac was before. So you have several cul-de-sacs and modern development of no particular character. This site, as you will have read in the report, I'm going to go back quickly in these next slides because it's, if there are any questions, I'm happy to come back and answer them. But you will have read the report and seen where I was going with this recommendation. The layout, let me jump back to the reasons for refusal previously. Stated in the report, there were 4 main issues when you have a closer read of the reasons for refusal. 4 main issues that needed to be addressed, and the applicant has gone about addressing those with this submission. You have the linear form of parking that was objectionable, views from Hayward's Lane that were concerned, the affordable housing integration was concerned, and the tree species. So this slide here is of the site layout, and it addresses, I can point out how it addresses 3 of those 4 issues relating to layout. So the blobs of color are based on that. Sorry, folks. So the square or rectangles that I pointed here are the affordable housing. So you have a terrace to the right as you enter the site. You have another terrace central to the site and some shared ownership of a semi-detached and a detached unit. Your housing enabling officer has raised no objection to these and this layout. I have also noted in the report what previous planning inspectors have said about pepper potting and the dispersal of, or the integration of affordable housing in these smaller sites. I'm not doing anything to cause that, so. Let me forward and backward to get to where I was at. So affordable housing, for the most part, is ticked off there. The parking, most objectionable bit of parking, I think you found previously, is this row of parking. They removed at least three parking spaces here and integrated them into the rest of the layout. So that takes off the issue with linear parking form to a great extent, because you also have an associated issue with the views into the site from Hayward's Lane. And the next slide will show you how that's mitigated with moving those three parking spaces away. So this is the view from Hayward's Lane. And as you can see, you have far more hedging and green. They actually put a car there for some reason, and it shouldn't be there. These next few slides are with regard to scale, because you have 4 issues to consider: layout, scale, appearance, and landscaping. This is one of the scale drawings. I can point out here, you see the cursor. This is an existing development, I believe, in that's Winchunks. as a bungalow. Along this next is the view through the site, what they have section BB. This is Allen Close. You can see the scale is relatively similar to that. And as I said earlier, Charlemont behind it are two-story dwellings, so that would fit with that C. And again, this is Allen Close from a different view. If you can see the cursor moving on the left. So you see the scale is appropriate for the area. And lastly, this is the section through looking south. So behind these houses is Haywood's Lane. I put this slide in with regard to appearance. In case you didn't get a chance to look through all the details of the application, the design and access stage does a very good job of cataloging what is nice in the village and looking to repeat the best bits of Child Oakford. And so when they came up with the design, the appearance for these next ones that I'm going to show you, you'll see that these are very high quality dwellings, and your urban design officer and myself have no objection to these proposals. They have a high degree of detail relative to a site that is not constrained by any conservation of the buildings or any special design. So it would be raising the standard of design relative to the area. These houses, I'm going to double back to your previous issue and the reason for refusal on the affordable housing as being indistinguishable. And again, the report with the inspector said, looking in his case, were they using the same architectural palette material? And these are units 1 through 3 as you enter the site, and I was rather impressed with the detail of the abandoned brick on the left as you come into the site. The porch feature, the chimneys. This is the same palette of material that you're going to be seeing throughout. This is unit 4 on the other side of the entrance. So again, lots of detail, high quality finish. And other units are the same architectural palette. Units 7 and 8, these are shared ownership affordable housing units. So you can see that their appearance and detailing is very similar to other units throughout the site. This is the other block of affordable housing. And sorry. This slide on details of appearance. This was my own doing. I don't particularly care for 6-foot brick walls in the middle of nowhere. And so I have a particular issue and have agreed a condition to what was seen on the report about boundary details. And that is to address this 6-foot brick wall that's enclosing these gardens. Also, the entrance, I have an issue with this 6-foot boundary wall in your face as soon as you come into the site. These could be more appropriately done either with post and rail and beech hedge. It could be a timber clapboard that's more sympathetic to the character of the area. Moving along, I put this slide in again in case you haven't had a chance to look through their landscape and visual impact assessment. These are some of the photos. I've been on site several times over the few years. The first officer who did this, put this application in, I was managing them. They had come with me to walk Hill and Hot Hill for the appeals north. And so I'm very familiar with the site. And when I say that this lower left-hand corner, larger, so that is a view of the site from, I believe that's Hambledon Hill. And as you can see with what's in the foreground, you do have roofscapes there, and you will continue to have a roofscape dotted with trees emerging in the landscape. And this next slide is their planting plan. They're retaining the main trees on the site, which will do the views that I just showed you. And they're also proposing other larger structure trees. And your landscape officer has no objection to this planting layout, subject to a condition for tree pit details, which is one of the conditions that put on. The last issue from your reasons for refusal was about species of trees in these parking spaces, and that they were fruity trees. Those have been removed. Those trees are no longer fruity trees. They're non-fruity trees. This slide is for my colleague, the highway engineer, in case you like. I would normally settle on this, but that last slide. But to conclude, this application is to decide on the details, or agree the details, scale and landscaping. As I've just gone through those, and I'm recommending approval for those reasons. The one other issue there is neighbor amenity, which is why it's that slide. The one particular property that there was of some concern is wind shutters, but that's why they've cited the buildings forward here. And so it has a strong southerly aspect. Through most of the day, it will receive a good deal of direct sunlight. It will lose some of its ambient light in the early part of the day. However, that impact is not considered to be seriously detrimental to the occupant of that property. It will have some impact, but to the point of being seriously detrimental. The other properties that have raised concern, I'm not certain if this is number 5 or number 6 down close, they don't have any flank windows there. And this property, either number 5 or number 6, do have some windows on the back elevation, but the distance between and the intervening landscaping and trees should mitigate adequately. If you thought 21 meters was insufficient to separate, which I don't think it is. Also, you have properties to the rear, Shawwell, and they're sufficiently far away that the usual back-to-back neighbor relationships are in order. So to conclude those matters, I don't find there to be a seriously detrimental impact on any of the neighbor amenities. The design is of a high quality. The layout in the context of other modern development in Child Oakford, which are primarily cul-de-sacs, fits quite well. The scale, as I pointed out, was similar to the area. And Chair, finally, I need to note some amendments to the conditions. It's primarily these plans that were updated. And those also carry through into conditions 2 and which was revision E. This should be changed in condition 2, revision F. Condition 9. Chair, I'm going to pass to my other colleague, Casey, would like to say anything in particular.
Thank you very much indeed, Robert. Just remind colleagues that, of course, access was determined at outline, but so we won't be revisiting that. But Steve, you would like to comment, I'm sure.
Thank you very much. I think sorry, just stole my thunder because I was just going to say that the consideration of the access and the impact on the highway and the parking and the school was all considered at the outline stage, which was approved by the planning committee. So the proposal before us, as you can see there, is to assess the internal estate road. The buff coloured area that you can see is the area that they're indicating that they would be prepared to offer for us for adoption under Section 38 of the Highways Act. Of course, that isn't a definitive requirement for the developer, but they're making the right noises, and what you see there is acceptable. We can adopt it. Sweat path analysis has been carried out, which proves we can get a refuse vehicle and a large service vehicle around the site. So all properties can be accessed for refuse collection. The access itself from Haywoods Lane, I think Robert showed you a quick slide showing road widths and approach. I think that there's been some comment made on that. Haywoods Lane, 2 vehicles can pass. It does narrow on a number of occasions, and I know we're not considering this, but just to assure that the Highway Authority has considered this, you just go back to the site layout, Rob. The access road itself is 6 metres wide into the site with 6 metre junction radii. At the outline stage, the sweat path analysis proved that we could get large vehicles and cars into here without having to travel on the opposite side of the carriageway. We'd normally look for 5.5 metres for the access, so he provided us with a little bit more here. With regards to car parking, it's been provided in a mix of on curtilage parking. You can see there's a number of garages with spaces in front, and some allocated and non-allocated parking bays. The bays in question in front of the central purple block, the bays to the south, some of those are allocated to those units, some are non-allocated for obviously additional parking. We're also confident that you could park on the actual street and not cause obstruction, obviously in accordance with the highway code. Each property has also been provided with cycle parking, either within the garages or with secure sheds in the rear gardens. And you can just make out to the sort of bottom right-hand corner, just to the east of the access, it shows the pedestrian crossing point that was approved as part of the outline permission. It's approximately 15 to 18 metres from the access, and it was intended to ensure that people would safely exit the site. They would then be crossed on a tactile crossing area to a new area of footway with another tactile, which would then take them across the school access into the existing footway provision on the southern side of Haywoods Lane. So that's just a reminder for members that was previously approved. But in conclusion, Chair, the Highway Authority is supportive of this application. We feel that we can adopt. It ticks all the boxes with regards to parking numbers, refuse collection and like, so we're supportive of it.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Mr. Savage. That's very helpful. We now hear from some representations from our members of the public. Could I ask Leslie Taylor first? Well done, thank you.
This is the first major planning application for the village to be approved at outline stage since the village design statement was adopted. Whatever is built on these fields will set the design benchmark for future developments. This is a fully designed urbanizing development on one of the gateways into our rural village, on 2 fields within the setting of a stunningly beautiful and important surrounding landscape. The LAP study recommends that any future development should retain the historic linear settlement pattern of the village. The only linear thing about this layout is the car parking at the entrance to the site. The amenity of the neighbouring property owners, particularly for 5 Allen Close, where we live, and Winchards, has not been respected, and the proposed mitigation in some areas cannot be provided due to the existing services that cross the site. The development will surround our property at the end of Allen Close on 2 sides. Our house, a 2-storey house, not a chalet bungalow, is orientated north at the front and south at the rear, whereas plots 13 to 16 are orientated in the reverse fashion. The front door of plot 13 will be 7.5 metres from our side wall and conservatory. The parking in front of plots 13 to 16 will run directly in line with our patio at the southwestern corner of our plot, and the enjoyment of our garden will be impaired by the noise and disturbance from the vehicular movements, not to mention from the new access road that enters the development opposite the mid-road at the back of our house. There are 2 west-facing windows in our sitting room on the flank and a conservatory on the same elevation. The conservatory and one of these windows afford an outlook to some stunning sunsets behind the oak tree on the side. Now all we will see is the red brick side elevation of plot 13. A window into the bathroom has been added on this elevation since the last application. Such a lovely outlook to look forward to. The TPO walnut tree at the end of our enclosure is framed by the north-facing windows in our sitting room. The tree will be devalued by the addition of a 6-foot red brick wall within its RPA. The boundary tree beside it is inadequate. An important view from our enclosure is identified in the village design stage. When completed, the view will look like a cross between the Ginnell in Coronation Street and Colwitz. The view should be retained through this development to the countryside beyond. That is sensitive design and will continue to contribute towards the rural character of the area. One of our kitchen windows shares the same important view, soon to be obliterated by the brick wall to the garden of Plot 13. The planning officer has included the appeal decision on the development in Huntley Down as a material consideration. In his decision, the inspector concluded that the loss of amenity for the neighbouring properties outweighed the benefits of the development. Loss of amenity was one of the reasons that you refused the last reserve matters application. What's changed? If the applicants had consulted with the parish council and local residents from the start, we wouldn't be here yet again.
Thank you very much, Leslie. Mark Kerridge.
To be here, objecting to the second reserve matters application. Apart from some tinkering around the edges, nothing material has changed since the previous application was unanimously rejected by the committee, including Councillor Hall. The applicant, contrary to policy, has still not listened to the numerous concerns of the local residents and neighbours, the parish council, nor that of the last committee, to make this application significantly better than the previous one. The site's location on a key road into the village is prominent, and therefore the development needs to be of the highest quality. This proposal, however, appears to have concentrated on creating a public open space at its core, rather than concentrating on its impact from Haywards Lane, on its direct neighbours, the Child Oakford Conservation Area, the AMP, and its integration into the village. Travelling along Haywards Lane, the new high-density development will appear out of place and out of keeping in such a rural location. From the roadside, it does not provide a sensitive gateway to the village, but rather a bland, red-bricked, urbanised development. All the rear facades are brick. Apart from every resident of Child Oakford, it seems that only the tree and landscape officer has expressed concerns about the volume of traffic in Haywards Lane, how busy it is, and the location of the access directly opposite the school and the community centre. Whilst the access was accepted at that outline, it was a shame that numerous photographs highlighting the cars parked along Haywards Lane were not shown to the committee. The direct consequence of this means that cars leaving the proposed development will be faced with oncoming traffic, and critically during peak hours, by children and their parents walking in the road. The proposed access is fundamentally unsafe. It is unreasonable to suggest that neighbours in Allen Close, Winchards and Chalwell will not be impacted by the proposals. The direct loss of sunlight, views of brick walls instead of rural green fields, the impact of noise, lighting, fumes from so many vehicle movements, the slamming of car doors, particularly during the early mornings and at night, are all contrary to Policy 25 in the North Dorset Plan, and the reason the inspector upheld it given Huntley Down. The inspector concluded, when all of my findings are weighed together, the adverse impact of noise disturbance on the living conditions of neighbouring residents significantly and demonstrably outweighs the benefit when assessed against the policies in the framework taken as a whole. I found that the proposal would accord with some development plan policies and would be contrary to some others. The harm to the living conditions of the neighbouring residents would be at odds with the LP objective of ensuring residents are able to enjoy their homes without undue disturbance. When considered overall, the proposal conflicts with the development plan. This reserve matter application also development plan and should be reviewed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. Celia Ebden.
The Charlotte Village Design Statement is a material consideration in this application. The applicants make no mention of it in their design and access statement when it should be starting to find the design of any new development in the village. This second observed matters application has scarcely changed since the first and continues to conflict with the VDS. The VDS states that applicants should gain an understanding of the context of any development proposal, to study the character of the immediate surroundings and of the village as a whole, and produce a design that draws on this character. They haven't. No design can only evolve through consultation with local residents. The applicants have never consulted with local residents, and this is in conflict with the VDS and the local plan. The result, a development variously described by local residents as out of keeping with the rural village, a ghastly urban development in a root city and a purple. The site consists of two small fields separated by a hedgerow, typical of the landscape and rural character of the area. At outline, the senior landscape architect could not support the application and recommended at minimum that the middle hedgerow should be changed apart from the removal of the small section which is facilitate the access road. These proposals remove the middle hedgerow in its entirety, despite the fact that no one has assessed whether or not it is protected under the Hedgerows Act 1977, which we suspect it may well be. The hedgerow that bounds Havers Lane will be harmed. There is also an additional loss of hedgerow along the northern boundary of Chilwell. These hedgerows are wildlife corridors and should be retained and, where necessary, enhanced. The clustering of the parking bays along the access road is not located to minimise its visual impact as required by the BDS. The important view from the end of our close and into the open carriage side has been removed. The layout of the development does not reflect the settlement pattern to the south of the village. Some of the window frames, fascias, guttering and downplates are still white. In order to reflect our enclosed and to blend into the countryside, they should be brown. There is an overuse of red brick in the exterior colour palette of the houses. In a particular location, the colour palette and materials used should be recessive in order to blend into the countryside, and where a different material is used on one part of the building, it should be extended around the side and back elevations also to make them more visually attractive. There are no pavements beyond the community centre entrance into the centre of the village, and none of the proposed pedestrian access on the side of Havers Lane to its junction with Station Road and the West Bus Stop. If the new residents take the bus, there is no safe access from the bus stop to the site. In its appearance, layout, forces landscape features and common activities with both village and countryside, this application is in conflict with the BDS and should be reduced.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Emery. We now hear from Tim Cotton for Childhope Parish Council.
Thank you. Childhope Parish Council is unable to support the reserve matters application. Our comments are well documented on both the outline application and both reserve matters applications. Recent appeal decisions for the Hive and Legal Land sites are very clear that Childhope is already contributing to Dorset's 5-year housing supply, and in the absence of clear evidence there is a need for more housing located in the countryside adjoining the village. Local Plan Policy 2, core spatial strategy, with Policy 20, the countryside should be upheld. Parish Council accepts that the site has outline planning permission for up to 26 dwellings. However, the density proposed to outline showed 20 dwellings per hectare, and this reserve matters application has increased that to 30 dwellings, considerably higher than elsewhere in the village. This, along with its mundane, generic suburban state appearance, its layout and the extensive hedgerow, does not add difficulty to the village, but will preserve or enhance the natural environment, nor does it protect the rural and landscape character. Those who continue to conflict with Policy 4, the natural environment, and Policy 24, design. In its appearance, layout, and scale, the development conflicts with the recommendations of the Childhope Village Design Statement. Members are encouraged to ask the developer to reconsider the proposal and to propose a layout and overall design of a higher quality which integrates with the village and delivers demonstrable benefits. Local residents feel very strongly that full and proper consideration has not been paid to the proximity of the access to the village school, the safety of the children, the associated traffic movements. We believe that the visibility spread facing towards the village has been seriously underestimated because the applicant has not taken account of the staff and visitors who park in Haywards Lane throughout the school day. This forces the traffic coming out from the village onto the wrong side of the carriageway. We therefore do not believe the proposed visibility space is sufficient to ensure a safe exit for vehicles and the safety of the children and their parents or carers, as there are no pavements either side of the access road. Perhaps Steve Strange could comment on this. Steve Savage. Natural England and Historic England were not consulted as statutory consultees at the outline stage, and similarly, the Senior Conservation Officer was not consulted formally. This is a serious omission, as both recent appeal decisions indicate the importance of assessing the potential harm of setting the AONB. Two scheduled monuments on Hamilton Hill, Charlotte Conservation Area, and the several heritage assets in the village when considering. Although the proposal is approved in principle, there remains the ability to go against heritage consideration in compliance with Policy 5, the Historic Environment, paragraph 176 of the framework. We urge members and officers to take that step and ensure the development is appropriate for the village. Just because the proposal has been approved and outlined does not mean the reserve matter is not part of that question. All details should be assessed thoroughly before any consent is given.
Time's up, Tim, so if you could wrap up.
Thank you.
Yeah, good, lovely, thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. Good, we now hear from Giles Moore, the agent.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of this reserve matter application for Haywards Lane, Charlotte Oakwood. As it occurred, this application is a revised submission for the refusal of an area application. Previous application being refused for a very limited number of reasons, which, again, as you've heard, have been successfully addressed in this submission. Concerns were raised by committee members in relation to the area application and the affordable housing units would not be tenure blind or pepper potted throughout the development. With regards to the design of the affordable units, as you've seen from the proposed plans, the affordable units and market properties are indistinguishable in their appearance, having and sharing the same palette of materials and design details. The location of affordable units is being revisited, with the proposed locations of the units being broken up to allow for integration with the market units. This approach addresses councillors' previous concerns and is supported by the Housing Neighbourhood Team Leader. And I'll just reiterate the comments that we made by the team leader. They say, I'm happy to propose layouts of the affordable homes and how they are integrated into the development. They're in small clusters that will help with the management of the homes and the design of the homes to ensure that development is as tenure blind as possible. The size of the homes helps to meet the identified housing needs. Proposed layouts of the development have been altered with the car parking that was proposed to be located opposite the entrance to the site being relocated. The principal view into the site along the access road will be a landscape backdrop. Addressing the concern that led to refusal of the previous application, and the council's own design officers commented that members have addressed the issues that led to the refusal of the previous scheme. Post landscaping scheme has been revisited with changed both tree species to ensure there is no future conflict between proposed garden areas, parking spaces, and the landscaping proposals. Have you heard, this is mainly with regards to removing fruit-bearing trees that will share adjacent to parking spaces. Officers have set out that the outline application has been approved and therefore the principle of development is firmly established. That's outline application, the access point and the design details of the access. You've seen the evidence that's been put forward to support the design, the detailed analysis of the character and appearance of Charlotte Oakwood. This is for this revised reserve matters application. I hope you'll feel that the 4 reasons for refusal have been addressed and that you support this current application. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Before I go to questions from members, there are a couple of points that were raised by those comments that officers might want to address. Specifically, Steve, do you want to talk first about the concern of the visibility display, the access to village in the context of the fact that the school, the entrance of the school being directly opposite and the parking that occurs outside the school. Thank you.
For the outline application, we did fully consider this. The original submission was somewhat lacking in the detail that it provided. So we asked the applicant to carry out a parking accumulation study on the parking outside of the school to assess whether there was an adverse impact on highway safety. And the upshot of that is that we agreed with their finding that there would be an impact with regards to parked vehicles, but it would obviously lead to big slowing down, acting as a traffic calming feature. In response to the mention of the visibility, the access itself falls within the 30-mile-per-hour speed limit of Child Oakford. But I do take the point that when vehicles are travelling from the Shillingston direction, they're probably doing more than 30 miles per hour because not everybody drives as safely as the rest of us do. The applicant looked at this and they confirmed that the visibility display in that direction can actually achieve 215 metres, which is in excess of what we require for a 60-mile-per-hour approach speed. So I can give you the confirmation that we fully considered all of these matters at the outline stage, particularly the visibility, particularly the issue of it being directly opposite the school. And as I mentioned before, we have addressed the issue of crossing from the site into the access by the school, as you can see on there, with the tactile ribbon. So the point's well made, there's no doubt, but they were fully considered at the outline stage. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. I appreciate that we have been here before, but it's helpful to just remind committee members because it's a point that's of great concern to local residents. Were there any other points that were raised that you want to address, please?
Yes, Chair. For the matters benefit, I want to speak to you. The first point about the views from Century's property, views are not protected. And with regard to that particular property, we're talking about a rear extension. As you can see, the cursor moving. They have plenty of light coming to the property. They have rear southerly views still. There will be some loss of views to the west. But again, views are protected. Brick walls, I mentioned that we have a condition at myself with my brick wall feature, and also will be in there. So we'll get a softer appearance there. With regard to Hayward's Lane and the character, this is the planting plan, and what I want to show you is the boundary plan because this shows all the properties that are backing onto Hayward's Lane. That blue line is their back fence, so the hedge trees are from the sky. So that helps to retain the hedge along Hayward's Lane, maintain its character. The Child Oakford Village Design Statement is a material consideration, but it's not a policy. It's not a requirement for the applicant to have regard to that. In their own professionalism, they tripped over their own professionalism. They provided you with a design and access statement, as I pointed out earlier in the presentation. And they have cataloged what is special to the village, particular design features that are nice, and that has been incorporated into the appearance of the proposal. So whilst it's to their own detriment that they didn't use the village design statement and work with the community, which we advocate as officers all the time at pre-applications, always. That doesn't mean it's a reason for refusal. It's not a policy. It's a material consideration. But again, they have done a fine catalog through their access statement. With regard to the central hedge and its importance, the outline application was supported by a biodiversity mitigation plan, and that would have taken those aspects into account. Materials, your urban design officer is satisfied with what's being proposed, but nonetheless, I propose that we agree that condition for materials to be submitted and agreed prior to the approved course. Reference to joint dwellings at the outline statement was being shown. I'm not familiar with that. That may or may not be true. The proposal has always been for 26 dwellings. 26 dwellings was approved, and we can see 26 dwellings fitted on the site in reasonable fashion. Consultations, we did consult on some of those for the reasons that I showed right at the beginning. The conservation area is not impacted by the setting, or the setting is not impacted. There are no listed buildings affected by the site, and the Hambleton Hill and Huntsville affected, in my opinion, and that was demonstrated in the landscape visual impacts assessment that I showed you earlier. Thank you, Chair. I think that completes it, unless you had any other particular one you wanted me to address.
I have one tiny little question then. Can I just confirm then, so that the hedge along the edge of Hayward's Lane, with the exception of the break in that hedge for the access, will that be the same hedge as it is now?
Yes, because it's outside of.
Yeah. So that hedge will be maintained.
That line is supposed to be a 1800.
Good. That's helpful. Part two of that question then, who will be responsible for maintaining that hedge, just for clipping it back once a year and so on?
From a road standpoint,
Is it still highways?
If it's highway authority, yes, it will be incumbent on the highway authority to actually maintain that hedge.
Excellent, thank you. That's my questions. Committee members, Mary, do you have any questions?
Just ask one of
Yes,
the questions.
yes,
I
good.
think.
Councillor Heatley, any questions? Councillor John? Emma? Val? Belinda? Yes, Belinda. Councillor Rideout.
Linda Rideout, Gillingham Ward. Robert, can you just confirm what were the species of the trees directly opposite the access? How big will they get? Do we know?
I don't have that information to hand. I'd have to ask for the jury to look it up, but I think it shows it there.
While you're looking it up, what's behind the question? You mean you would like them not to get too big, or you'd like them to get big?
Thank you, Chairman. I am concerned about the amenity number 5, Allen Close. As in, will it overshadow, eventually when they get too big?
Right, yes, a very good point. Could we address that by adding a little line in the landscaping condition that whatever trees whatever planting is eventually put in that space there should not be trees that are going to get very big? In other words, we could have their ornamental fruit trees there even. Would that be a reasonable condition?
Trees that I'm looking at here on the plan, they won't be that large. I suppose we could put a condition on to agree.
Yes. I don't want to overcomplicate it, but it seems to me that it's a very well made point that we ought to be able to accommodate that, not accidentally put a horse chestnut tree in there. Yes.
It's there. Otherwise, we put a condition on trees to the rear of 5 Close.
Yes. 5 Allen Close, yes.
Shall we agree prior to planting?
Yes. Would that satisfy you, Belinda?
Yeah. Sorry, Chairman, also maybe the property, I don't know what that number is, next to 5, whether it's 4 or 6. anything abutting Alan Close.
Yes, it's that line there, isn't it? That if one were to put a couple of very large trees there in due course, that would make could have a big impact on their garden. So, would it satisfy just?
There already, Belinda, if you look at this is an existing walnut and.
Yes, and that's.
Other two are.
Yes, they are indeed. Yes, I think we can just condition it that they to be agreed.
What height are you looking at?
Well.
Regarding that property, they would know better than I would, just scale up. It's 10 meters deep. So, and then the trees would be planted, which is also shadowing 10 meters or less. So you would have your trees there.
As long as they're not big form trees, that they're mediums, class as medium-sized trees.
Long time to get to mature.
Yes. I speak as one whose garden has been profoundly changed by my neighbour putting a field maple 30 years ago that now shades half of my garden. I don't mind it, but there's no question that it's no longer a vegetable patch.
So the trees that we are shall be small to medium size.
Yes.
No greater than 15 meters. I would do something closer.
Yes. Are we happy with that? I think that would be very helpful. Yes, good. Any other questions for Linda? Tim, Councillor Cook.
Tim Cook, Shaftesbury. Going back to your point, Robert, about the wall, the curved wall on the left-hand side of the access as you come in to, did you confirm that will now be post and rail fence, or is it still?
We didn't agree on exactly what it would be, other than to say it will not be a wall.
A wall, thank you. Yeah, so that's covered because that was one of my concerns.
Brilliant.
My other concern is around the pepper potting, or I don't believe that what is being shown up there is pepper potting. Is there any scope for us at this stage now to?
No, that's why I put the quote in from the inspector. I've had a lot of trouble personally, writing reports for you all over the years with these small, medium, these are major development, with more than 10 houses, but they're not our major allocation in Gillingham, where you're dealing with 1,000 houses or more. You're dealing with 20 to 50, and it's very difficult to pepper pot. And pepper potting is not even defined in the policy, so we don't even know what pepper potting is. And that's why the inspector in that quote, he was trying to ferret out from me and us what we mean exactly by pepper potting. And then he threw in his 2 pence to say it's more appropriate for the larger allocations, when we're dealing with 100 houses or more, I would say. But again, that's my opinion. So it's a very difficult term to wrestle with. And since your housing enabling officer had no objection to it, as far as I think I could. I do in negotiations with other schemes that I get, I say to them up front whether I like it or not, and that if they have a bunch, admittedly, you were right to say at the last outline application, there was a cluster of affordable houses. Why? There was no reason for it. Whilst we don't have a definition for pepper potting, it's understood what is meant by it. And so break it up a bit.
Thank you. Does that satisfy you? Councillor James.
Just trying to see where everything is going to go. Because I can't see all of them. They don't have access to the back to the front, do they?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Bins, I'm on to bins, Robert.
Rubbish bins.
Yeah, rubbish bins. Will all the bins you have to go to the front of the properties and something like
They will. There's no, so along Hayward's Lane, there's no access to southern properties. And as Steve said earlier, they've done a swept path analysis to make sure that the truck can get through. And so everything will be coming out to the front pavement.
Will they have to be stored in the front? They won't.
Most
Those
people-
things, so they won't.
Most people have access to garages, at least here. Most people have garages. Centrally, they'll have to walk them around back, as many people do. It's not everybody, but the central and the ones at the entrance will certainly have to walk.
Steve.
Just to clarify, they did submit a refuse strategy plan which showed the collection points on highway and storage areas in the rear garden. So for example, the ones you can see running parallel to Haywards Lane, below the car parking spaces there, they have an identified area for storage, which isn't at the front of the properties.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry, question.
We are where we are. The first thing you were talking about conditions for trees. It's a little bit pointless talking about trees of a certain height. Shall we say the tree dies in 3 years, but people in that are close will move in 4 years? Somebody plants another tree that is 17.5 foot tall, who's going to go and measure it?
Well, the parish council will, I assure you.
So I would think that we need to put practical enforceable conditions on, if we put any conditions on. Robert, the area around on the left of that screen, it looks like a swimming pool. Is that a feature that's already in the land there at the moment?
And no, so you have an attenuation basin here on the left.
Is that currently already there?
They'll be putting that in.
Okay, thank you. And the size of the houses, the social houses, and I'm looking at 13, 14, 15, 16 in particular, is there a size of the square footage of those, or are we cramming social housing into small quality houses because we can put them in tiny complex areas, little areas?
To that, I would say there's a mix of housing sizes and types, and your
square footage.
Not offhand, I do not know that. Relative to the other 2-bed houses there, you've got a 3-bed house here. Yeah.
So what's the square meters of those houses?
And then that seems to be about the same size of 17, 18.
13, 14, 15 look as if they're quite small and tight there.
So 7, 8, and 9 were 3-bed social housing. That's what you're looking at there. That's the size of them. 9, 10, and 24. 9 is another social housing 3-bed, and 10 and 24 are the identical house. So it is comparable to what's being delivered. I don't have the number of the square footage.
Because there are recommended square footage.
Yes, there are, but I don't have that to hand.
They look small, probably, particularly when you're looking at some of the views, they look.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we don't have a policy to enforce the size of dwellings. And in this case, I'm comparing them to the open market housing being delivered, specifically with the slide in front of me. This says, this is units 9, 10, and 24. 2 of those 3 are market houses.
What's the density of the houses per acre on this?
I don't know offhand.
Sorry, was that the sorry, councillor, did you ask for the density?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, bear in mind that the outline permissions for 26 units were already granted, so we're not affecting the density of the development through this letters application.
I accept that. But I think this development, although I'm in principle favour, I think it's poorly designed through that, because they've given a lot of space to the open space there. And that space been on the other side. The houses would have been slightly bigger, and it wouldn't have been impacting on the neighbours in whatever closest.
Yes, when they look at designing a site, it's just not a single issue. They have to take into account everything, and as you will appreciate that, because I know you know those things, and as well as all of you, we've gone through this many times before. So landscaping is one of the main issues here, and they have some dominant trees on site that they've had to accommodate along with the hedging. So to just say that if they put it to another point, if they move the attenuation basin to another spot, they could do something else, I would push back and say, I'm not the designer, I wasn't there at the beginning, but looking at the site, they are working with the landscape.
I take that, look, and I see what you mean now, and I see the tree there, but that house in the top left corner, had that been on the end of whatever the closest where you put the 4 social houses and move that around, it would have been happier for everybody else there.
Possibly, but we're not here to redesign the.
I think a point if I may, but the point is stands, that we have to consider the application that's before us, not the application we would have preferred to have seen, which there's always one that we would prefer to have seen. And our, basically, the task before us is to decide whether or not it's acceptable, and it's acceptable in planning terms, or it's not. If it's not, then you may say so. Can you just, while you have that picture up, could you just remind committee members where the TPO trees are, just to remind us that, because again, they were quite significant. That one,
walnut here,
on that tree, yes. But that was one of the trees that's to remain, yes.
And to be honest, if this one is TPO, it's outside of the red line of the site.
It's there, yes. Any further questions from members, or we could, yes.
Question, just to
please. Yeah. No.
So earlier we talked about Belinda's request for the condition. Are you okay with us amending condition 5 to say, add a sentence, to limit the tree height to a small to medium sized tree behind 5 Allen Close, approximately 15 meters, or to be agreed?
Yes, we're signaling, that's helpful.
And then I'll also be adding the wording to I don't use the word, I like to use words notwithstanding. It doesn't work. So the other thing that will be added to condition 5 to protect our position and allow us to do this is to say, notwithstanding the details on the approved plans relating to planting.
We will, yes. Good, lovely. Anything with the word notwithstanding in it, all right. Now, we've done questions. Would anybody like to start the discussion on this? I know it's nearly lunchtime, but yes, Councillor Rideout.
Linda Rideout, Gillingham Ward. I will say I have never liked this application, and I know now it's got outline planning permission for 26 houses. And looking at it, I don't like this layout either, because I think it's overdevelopment, especially on the edge of village settlement. It looks like an urban design to me. But saying that, I can't really see, planning permission has been gained 26 outline. What can we do? We just got to get the best we can out of this application, and I know it has been tweaked. And actually, I'm quite impressed with the actual design of the dwellings. Good material, good design. I think that's all I'm going to say at the moment.
Yeah, yes, thank you very much. Anybody else want to follow up with further comment? Councillor Fry.
That's a point just where I share Councillor Wright's concerns. And the location, I am very uncomfortable with it. It does seem to be over density of what we do, and with a better design, taking the top 2 houses on the top left corner and relocating them to the middle near the houses, just tweaking it would have made a far more attractive thing, more acceptable to the residents around it. Can you tell us how many parking spaces are there? So should we say one of the houses in the I think 13 to 14, it's got teenage children, both driving, so you can have 4 cars there.
Yes, please.
There's sufficient parking at the site.
4 cars per house.
Chair, I can speculate on how many.
We have a requirement for a policy on how many parking spaces we need, and it's policy compliant, is it? It's difficult to ask for more than that, Steve.
Yes, certainly. I'm just looking through the transport statement. They've utilised the authority's parking calculator and complied fully with it. It's saying that there's a total of 78 car parking spaces, 64 allocated spaces, 7 visitor and 7 unallocated parking spaces. Councillor.
So about 3 per house then.
Yeah, it was determined by the number of beds that the dwellings have, but effectively, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, good question. Anybody else want to make any further comment? Yes, please.
Everyone hear me
Yes,
because
yes.
I'm not sure if this is on. I've got a question on the access into the actual site and the visibility. I just wondered if somebody could. That looks if you're coming out to the site and you're looking to the left, visibility doesn't look very clear, because from what I see on that, you'd have to come out before you could actually see what's coming.
Steve.
Well, we have got a separate plan for the outline to show visibility, but when you come out, it's hard to tell from the plan, but you can see the carriageway edge there. I don't know if you could move your cursor there, Robert, just to show the carriageway edge if you came out of the site on the right-hand side. That one there, yeah, that's fine. So the carriageway edge is approximately where the cursor is, and you can see the setback to the red line.
Yeah.
That's more than the 2.4 metres we're looking for in terms of visibility. But I can assure you that it does comply fully with driver position visibility from a 2.4 metre driver, 43 metres to the left-hand side, picking up not only the approach driver, but we take it to the near side edge for safety's sake.
Can I ask another question
Certainly.
on that then? If I'm coming out and I'm looking left, is that a hedge or is that trees? I'm thinking of who's going to clip it.
Yeah.
If you're coming on that access still and you're looking left up the road, you've got are there 3 trees there, or is that a hedge? I'm just concerned about maintenance and things.
Well, that would be the hedge behind within the plot boundary, won't it? The hedgerow that you're talking about. If you just go up a bit, that's it, Rob. That area there is within the boundary.
Yeah.
So that'd be under the control of the applicant, and anything else necessary would be conditioned or was conditioned as part of the outline for the visibility display. But as we've outlined before, any of the highway which has hedgerow over it would be maintained by the highway authority.
Lovely, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Poskery.
Thank you, Chairman. Obviously on questions or comments.
We're on comments now, but you can ask me a question if you want to. Yes.
Gillingham Ward, Gillingham Villages, actually. I do think it's fair to say that none of us liked this development from the very beginning, actually. I don't think we could find a good enough reason to refuse it. So, and we are where we are with this. I think given the shape of it and 26 dwellings, it's probably the best we're going to get. The whole thing hasn't been very satisfactory, is what I want to say. And I think we all feel pretty much the same.
Well, it's very disappointing that we have to settle for something that we all find so unsatisfactory. But was that a proposal to accept?
Yes, we are where we are.
Yes. And are you proposing with the amended conditions as we have discussed?
As
very much.
Robert said, certainly.
Yes.
And Belinda's suggestion about
the
tree.
Yes.
I think that was all.
Yes. Thank you very much. Is anyone willing to second this?
Yes.
Councillor Penfold seconding. If nobody has any further comment, yes, please.
There's a comment that we've seen about a sewer that runs through the site. Can you comment on that? And if there is that, where does that leave the development as a major sewer and then planting within a region, the closure distance of that sewer?
Thank you. Sewers, please.
It runs here and where the hedge was. The
microphone, sorry.
Yeah, go on. The long and short of it is, if it changes the outline materially, it's a new application and they'll have to come in for another approval. So they would have designed it accordingly. My understanding is it is in this neighborhood through the center of the site here. It's I don't have that technical drawing.
That's fine, Robert. So that's a risk that the academic developer takes.
Yes, I think
in relation to both the building and the planting.
Yeah, typically, they have to provide an easement of 3 to 6 meters, depending on what type of pipeline it is. So they would have designed accordingly. Because it's not in their interest to come back for another permission to go through this second or third time.
Okay, but thank you for asking that question because I know it's of concern. We've had a proposer and a seconder that we support this application with the conditions as revised. If nobody has anything further to say, I'm going to put this to the vote. All those in favour of supporting this application with the conditions as revised, please raise your hand. Those against? Well, that's supported, so that this application is now agreed. Thank you very much indeed. And I would just say it's very, very hard to find ourselves agreeing applications that this committee is so uncomfortable with. There we are. That's
the actual stuff. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now, it's now 1:20. We will now break for lunch and, oh, I was going to give you till 1 o'clock. fussed about, but could we have all signs of picnic put away? Glass is all right, but you know, not too many sweet wrappers and sandwich boxes and things. And litter. We know that we've been working hard all morning, but the public might look at us. We're ready to go live. Oh, are we ready to go live? Is anyone? Yeah, thank you. Welcome back, everybody, to the part 2 of the Northern Area Planning Committee. We've had a very, very busy and useful morning, but we still have 4 planning applications ahead of us. So while I would never wish to rush anybody at all, and you must all say absolutely everything you have to say, nonetheless, it wouldn't hurt to be mindful of time and to press on. Our next application we are looking at, agenda item 8, is land north of Old Town Court in Bourton in Dorchester, 3 dwellings. And this is an outline application to determine access layout and scale only. Simon, would you like to give us your report, please?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. So this is an application for 3 dwellings, as Chair said. Of particular note is that layout, scale and access are all to be considered at this outline stage. So it's appearance and landscaping reserved, but the layout that you'll see before you in a moment or two, the scale and the access arrangements are all to be considered at this outline stage. So without further ado, I'll go to the screen. I had a request over lunchtime that the cursor was rather small on the screen and people couldn't see it. So forgive me for the cursor you're about to see. It might be quite large and psychedelic. It's lost its colour, but it should be larger, so you should be able to see it. So the site is here in the south side of the built envelope of Bourton, abutting the built envelope of Bourton. Just to give members a bit of context for those not familiar with the village, this is the A303 road here. This is the old A303 through the village, leading up to Zeals over the county boundary into Wiltshire. Indeed, Somerset is not too far away either. We're in an area where you can pass between 3 counties in about 5 minutes. So right at the top end of Dorset. Sorry, just to go back to that slide, the other thing that you'll pick out is that the contours on the Ordnance Survey map, the land rises up away northwards from the village up to the A&B, the West Wiltshire Downs and Cranbourne Chase A&B, which arcs over the top of Bourton, but not actually encompassing the village itself. And that's also detailed in the report. In the officer's opinion, the lack of impact on the A&B. As I said, the layout is to be considered at this outline stage, as is access and scale. So we have a single vehicle and pedestrian access off the stub end of Old Town Court. This is the adopted highway ending here, where the cursor is, and then there'll be a private shared access serving the 3 dwellings, 1, 2, and 3, and you'll see that they have detached garages as well, one for each dwelling. Pound House, an existing 2-storey detached dwelling. Number 1, Old Pound Court here, an existing detached 2-storey dwelling, and again 3 Red Line yard, just out of site here, but we'll see photographs of it, is a dwelling called Flower Patch, which is also a two-storey dwelling. And obviously, as you see from the layout, dwellings are proposed to the rear of Flower Patch, as well as 3 Red Lion Yard and Pound House. The application was revised during its processing. It did extend further northwards. The site is characterised by 2 paddocks at the moment, with the hedge coming down here, you'll see from the photographs. And the original proposal was for 7 dwellings extending into this area. And you'll also see from the relevant site history in the report that there was a refused application for 9 dwellings, which included this land and encompassed where the site is now as well. So here's the site where the yellow star is. And what this image is showing is public rights of way in the area, because those public rights of way, or rather a lot of the lengths of those public rights of way, afford views of the site and also to designated heritage assets, listed buildings, and we'll show that in a moment. But certainly N57-9, this public right of way here, up to this point, affords views across to the site. N57-9 then actually goes through a gate and heads this direction, but the continuation of the hill, N57-10, again provides a series of sensitive visual receptors affording views across the site. And then as you arc across the top, on the top of the hillside, back down, you start picking up views actually on N57-6 across down to the site, and on N57 here. There's a list of buildings in the vicinity. The old former public house, the former Red Lion, at the on New Road on the corner there with Old Pan Court. The church, which although it appears some distance away from site, it is, and separated by the buildings. There's obviously the church tower as part of that listed building, and there are views afforded of that church tower from another number of vantage points, which take in the site as well. And then the cluster of cottages on Woolcott Lane as well. You can see them in the red stars are listed. And if you recall from the previous slide, the public right-of-way comes downhill here. And as you'll see from photographs, you get a view of a panorama that encompasses the church tower, the site, and the cottages on Woolcott Lane. So this is one of the views afforded from public right-of-way from N57-10. So we're looking across the fields. This is Pound House, the existing house on the end of the existing development. Obviously, you'll pick up the church tower here in the vista, and the site is in here. And this is from the applicant's landscape visual impact assessment, which picks up the, if you can see on the yellow wireframe, the outline of the dwellings proposed. This is 11 metres above ground level. This is a view from the other side now, where these are the cottages. So we're on footpath N57-7 coming down the hill. There's the cottages on Woolcott Lane. There's the church tower. There's Pound House, that end dwelling on Old Pound Court. And you can see here the wireframe of the proposed 3 dwellings in this area here. Oops, sorry, in this area here. So the site sits just beyond this hedge. This is also taken with the zoom lens, but you can see the 3 dwellings which are referred to, particularly or 3 of 4 dwellings referred to, particularly in the residential amenity section of the report, because the dwellings, the proposed dwellings, will sit to the rear of these. And they are Pound House, 3 Red Line Court, and Flower Patch. And as you can see, they all have ground and first floor windows serving habitable rooms looking towards the site. And you'll see references in the residential amenity section of the report about distances, separation distances for those dwellings. This is looking from the end of the existing highway up the field access. This is part of the site, and then the private access road proposed will arc away off left from the camera. You can see how the land rises. Public footpath 5710 actually follows up this alignment here, and that's why when you're up at these points, you get a view back across to the site. There's comments made from third parties in response to some of the submissions made by the applicant about the hedges and what land is within garden, what is not. I've detailed that in the officer's report. There are a number of hedges dividing parcels of land, but as you can see, these are field species hedges. They're not domestic hedges. And there are enclosed areas of land, but they're not people's gardens. The only one that is actually out of camera, where there is an enclosed area of garden that projects further north. You'll see from the officer's reports as well, though, that this northern boundary development does sink southwards, and the concept of the site is to tuck into this pocket of land as much as possible, so you don't end up projecting materially northwards than the existing rear boundary line of the dwellings to the east. This is a view looking northwestwards, so with the site in the foreground. There's the hedge that divides the 2 paddocks within the applicant's ownership. And there on the horizon, you can see a hedge which footpath N57.7 follows. And again, that's why it affords views back across to the site. There is said view with the site clear across beyond this hedge. Pound House, again for reference, 3 Red Line Court here, and Flower Patch here, and 1 Old Pound Court here. The closer photos in a second. One of the points to be made here is obviously you do get commanding views right the way across to the downs in the distance, but you clearly have a backdrop to the proposed dwellings of modern dwellings. These are not vernacular cottages here, and that's the point I've made in the officer's report in terms of harm. There will be harm because there's a change here. You know, there's greenfield site that's being proposed for development. That change leads to harm. There's sensitive receptors affording views of that. But the way that the site is tucked into this existing development with the backdrop of the existing houses from these sensitive receptors has led me to conclude as the officer that is an acceptable level of harm. And obviously, as I'll come on to in a minute, we are in the realms of tilted balance, and whether there are significant and demonstrable adverse impacts that outweigh the benefits arising from the proposal, the benefits to housing supply, construction jobs, etc. Pull back further up the hill. I said in the report actually that the footpath actually goes through the hedge and along down the other side, although a lot of people do actually just continue walking down this side of the hedge, mainly because, as I've also referred into the report, it does get boggy at the bottom of the hillside along the other side of the hedge. And I've referred to one of the causes of that I assert is that the drainage watercourse, the field drain at the bottom there has been culverted a number of occasions and water struggles to get into that drain. Now we're very close, well, within the site. Here's the stub end of Old Pound Court where the access will come through. And you've seen in previous photographs, this is Pound House, the existing end dwelling. And now we've swung around. The reason, just because the angle you can't see all of the dwellings. That arrow is slightly misaligned, but Flower Patch and 3 Red Lion Court here, and the church. You can see the church tower as well. What I've done is there were some comments in the representations about some of the applicants' submission being taken in summer with the trees in full leaf. And I've been to the site on a number of occasions, and I chose the photographs which were taken last winter when the deciduous trees were denuded of leaves. So that really gives the full impact. From this view in summer, the church tower would actually be hidden by the leaves on these trees. But to show what that impact is in winter, I've chosen this particular image. This is one Old Pound Court, which is the dwelling next to the proposed access. And now we're behind Pound House, 3 Red Lion Court, and the dwelling to the right is Flower Patch. So, members, we are, as I said previously, we're in the well-rehearsed realms of the tilted balance, something that I know members have grappled with over successive meetings to the committee. Indeed, there was a site not too far from here at Voskin Farm, which members determined earlier this year, where the tilted balance was in play as well, it was engaged. Obviously, if members consider there is, for example, determinative harm to the setting of listed buildings, then that tilted balance, for example, would not be engaged because under paragraph 11 of the NPPF, such matters mean that the tilted balance does not get engaged when that is a reason for refusal, such as setting of listed buildings or the impact on the AONB. You'll see in the report why officers don't consider there is that impact on the AONB. It's not a valued landscape. That's not to say it's not a landscape of value to the local community, but it's not a valued landscape in NPPF terms. Setting of the listed buildings, you'll see that both myself and the council's conservation officer both consider there's no harm to the significance of heritage assets, the listed buildings which I've shown and described in the report. There's no highway safety issues arising from the proposal, and in conclusion, officers consider that the benefits afforded, which are admittedly modest, given it's only 3 dwellings, but they are not significantly and demonstrably outweighed by adverse impacts. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Hannah. As Simon said, there are no highways, no significant highways matters with this application, so we have no Steve Savage. So we can move on now to hear from our members of the public. First up, then could I invite Kathy Morby to come and speak to us, please? Yes. I was going to say the morning as well as the afternoon. I strongly object to this planning application for the following reasons.
The applicant has failed to produce a current Dorset Natural Environment Team Certificate NET. The suggestion in the report that a NET certificate can be sought after the outline planning is approved is clearly against council policy and protocol. There are protected species such as badgers, deer, dormice, and slow-worms, whilst hawks and red kites are all seen over the site in the early morning and at dusk. The proposed house on plot 2 is to be built 18 metres from our house 3 Red Line Yard, which is a chalet bungalow. The roof line of the proposed house will be 5 metres higher than our property, and as such will be overbearing to its neighbour. The officer's report, paragraph 1746, states that most of the garden is to the south side of our property. It omits the fact that the garden to the west side of the house is accessed through external doors set in a double height window. This is a much used part of our garden with patio seating and barbecue area, and it will be completely overlooked from the rear windows and the garden of plot 2. This will severely impinge on the enjoyment and the privacy of 3 Red Line Yard. Not only will the windows at the rear of the proposed house on plot 2 look down into our garden, they will also look down into the north-facing ground and first floor windows. The proposal, therefore, is contrary to Local Planning Policy 24 that states that the Planning Commission for development proposals that are of an overbearing nature or where the enjoyment of the existing properties is significantly diminished will be refused. I therefore urge you all to reject this planning proposal.
Very much. Could I ask Margaret Martin?
Thank you. Bourne is a linear village with houses threaded along each side of the main road, as you saw on the slide. From the western end of the village, pedestrians and drivers can glimpse the rising sky between houses, across lanes and fields. There's been no development beyond the settlement boundary, marked by a small stream. This proposed development will place housing on the slope of the escarpment, and it will obscure the green fingers of agricultural land, which currently soften the view from the road. For many years, Bourne has defended the settlement boundary. It was recognised in the neighbourhood plan and the local plan, and the second boundary was seen as key to maintaining the rural character of our village. There are around 80 objections from all parts of the village, as well as from the AONB, CPRE, and the Ramblers Association. As issues raised in all the opposing letters, 84% refer to the settlement boundary, 66% to landscape and views, and 52% to the heritage aspects, indicating the chief concerns of our community. Expert opinion on heritage appears to be divided. Some experts have ignored the impact on the listed 300-year-old cottages along Walcott's Lane. They are seen presently across open fields, which this application will seek to develop. Views of the Grade 2 listed St George's Church in Bournemouth will be depleted when viewed from footpath 57 Island, where the tower will be visually disconnected from the rest of the building. This application is for residents, opportunistic backland development. I would stress it is not for a minor infringement of 3 houses. It is actually a small wedge being used to establish a right to develop along the escarpment beyond our settlement boundary. If permitted, this will impact on views from many footpaths, including Monarch Square. Is there an overwhelming need for 3 more executive houses in the village? In the last 5 years, Bourne has had 60 new homes either built, currently being built, or approved by planning. There are at least 30 more in the pipeline. This application is not about responding to local housing demand or to government initiatives. I urge the planning committee to refuse this application as they did for the previous one. Nothing has changed in this current application which alters the original reasons for refusal. An approval would be the first time
Time's up, thanks.
That the written report. Please recognise this Trojan horse application for the danger that it is to the rural nature of our village.
Thank you very much. Mr. Davis.
Good afternoon. The local plan requires development in the larger villages to be strictly controlled, with an emphasis on meeting essential rural and local needs. It also provides that development in the countryside outside the settlement boundary will only be permitted if it can be demonstrated that there is an overriding need for it to be located in the countryside. This proposal failed that test. Commenting on another site earlier this year, the Council's senior planning policy cited completion of some deliverable new houses in Bourne since 2011, all within the settlement boundary, amounted to a growth of about 19%. In his opinion, I quote, while inconclusive, these figures suggest that Bourne has a healthy supply of new homes. Clearly, this level of growth shows that our community is not opposed to development, provided it is in the right place. The site of this proposal is not in the right place. And as is a picturesque village, with open views across pastoral landscapes and also form part of the setting of the AONB 700 metres away. Footpaths overlooking the site are well used by locals and visitors alike. The officer's report acknowledges that this landscape has a medium to high sensitivity to change. Referring to a previous application on this very site, the Vale case officer concluded it is, unquote, considered to be a valued landscape, and it is within an area identified by the neighbourhood plan as an important view. And its proximity to the ONB is considered to afford it a great weight of protection. She advised that this held great weight in the determination of that application. The site and adjoining fields are subject to significant waterlogging. Mitigation measures proposed, such as dry swales to prevent flood risk to the developments and elsewhere, encroach up the slope to the north. So whilst the houses are at the lower end of the slope, the entire site will be affected by development. This conflicts with a key management objective of the Limestone Hills character type, which is to maintain the undeveloped character of sensitive and exposed on-site locations. Local Plan Policy 1 states that in operating the tilted balance, the collective weight of all adverse impacts needs to be considered when weighed against the benefits. This application conflicts with key policies of the Local Plan, Neighbourhood Plan and NPPF, and will come at the expense of damage to the environment, wildlife, habitat, landscape, heritage assets, residential amenity, identified important views, and the setting of the AONB. And when aggregated, these irreversible adverse impacts will significantly and demonstrably outweigh the negligible benefit of 3 large market houses. I urge members of the committee to refuse this application.
Thank you very much. Peter Williams for the Parish Council.
Chair, thank you. My name is Peter Williams. I'm the Vice Chair of Alton Parish Council. Alton Parish Council objects strongly to this planning application on the following grounds. The application site is outside Alton's defined settlement boundary. Alton's neighbourhood plan did not allocate this site for development since it is situated within the rising open countryside above the settlement. Any development on this site would constitute serious harm to the setting of the village, without outweigh any benefit to Dorset's housing land supply. Paragraph 8 of the NPPF sets out the 3 dimensions to sustainable development: economic, social, and environmental, taking each in turn in relation to this application. The long-term economic benefits of this development would be negligible and would not compensate for the visual harm caused to the landscape. Proposed development would not make any contribution to the sustainability of the village, and the proposed development will result in significant harm to the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside, which would greatly outweigh any perceived benefits. In PPF, paragraph 78 stipulates that in rural areas, planning policies and decisions should be responsive to local circumstances and support housing development that reflects local needs. Local planning authorities should support opportunities to bring forward rural exception sites that will provide affordable housing to meet identified local needs. This application does not reflect local needs and fails the test for being considered as an exception site, since it is for 3 large detached market houses. Claims by the applicant that the scheme sits very comfortably and sensibly in the local and wider townscape and landscape are nonsense. Alton's setting at the extreme north of the Blackmore Vale is defined by the prominent escarpment which overlooks the village. Alton's neighbourhood plan, policies 1, 2 and 10, reflects the community's high regard for the surrounding landscape, the setting and the heritage of the village. In relation to the setting, the reasons for refusal when this committee considered the previous application on March 2021 for this same site deserve to be restated. The location of the proposed development would extend beyond the existing built form into the undeveloped landscape, impacting important views across the existing undeveloped paddocks and towards the Great Two-Listed Church Tower, to the detriment of the landscape quality of the area, the setting of the Cranbourne Chase and Westward A&B, and the setting of the listed church. Whilst the scale of the present application has been reduced, the harms arising from its nature and location have not changed. On behalf of Alton Parish Council, I urge you to refuse this application.
Thank you very much indeed, Peter. We now hear from Lynn Evans, the applicant.
I think it's on. Can I just correct you? I'm Lynn Evans from Southern Planning Branch.
Yes, thank you.
Representing the house, the owners. I'm not the applicant or the owner myself. Could I just make one correction of the first speaker who referred about the Dorset Net certificate? That has actually been granted. I'm not quite sure. It was all sorted out at the time the payment made, but somehow the certificate didn't get passed through. That's been picked up and it has now been granted. You've heard, obviously, and you don't need reminding, that the council unfortunately remains in a difficult position in terms of needing to find more housing land. This scheme will provide 3 houses, and it is our view that they are well contained in the context of the village envelope, in a generally sustainable location, and it's an appropriate size scheme in relation to the size of the village. We believe it will be readily assimilated into the village in terms of landscape and views from the footpath, and that's what we've been trying to demonstrate. As you know, it is a revised scheme, and we've worked very closely with your officers,
and in particular the case officer, landscape officer and conservation officer, to find a scheme that overcomes the harms from the first application and achieves a development that, say, overcomes those previous objections while still providing some much needed housing for the local area. Now, I don't think I need to take up any more of your time running through the benefits of the scheme in any more detail. Those have been set out for you by your senior professional officer, and you will have read those. We would ask that you support the recommendation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much indeed. First of all, Simon, do you want to make any comments on any of the points we raised so far?
Thank you, Chair. So with regard to the Natural Environment Team certificate, I've had verbal word, but no confirmation in writing that the certificate for the revised scheme has been, the biodiversity plan for the revised scheme has been approved. What I would say is that the biodiversity plan for the previous iteration of the scheme for the 7 dwellings was approved, and that had a very robust peer-reviewed assessment of the impact on species, habitat, flora and fauna within the site. The reason why a revised proposal was required was that was for a larger site, and some of the measures that were being put forward for biodiversity gain were on that larger site. So that's why we required the revisions for a 3-dwelling biodiversity plan. We had confirmation that that could be dealt with by condition, given that we already had the approval for the 7-dwelling scheme. And I've had verbal confirmation, but not written confirmation that the 3-dwelling revised biodiversity plan is acceptable. So that's with regard to the biodiversity plan.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful because that was one of my queries. Committee members, I'll go round in a different order this time and see if you have any matters for clarification. So I'm looking at Councillor Fry.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'd like to know about the village boundary, please, and the weight that we should give into the fact that it's going outside the village boundary, and also the local plan and weight. There's 2 separate questions. The weight should be given the fact that it's not and I'm aware that we reduced, but obviously the village and the villagers have created that local plan, and this application potentially could go against that.
Onto the nub of the thing, absolutely, yes. Simon, do you want to comment on that?
Thank you, Councillor Fry. So, you know, we have a situation, it's detailed in the report, where for North Dorset, we do have a 5-year housing supply, 5.17 years, but the housing delivery test measure from published by the government is still only 69%. So in that context, we have a situation where those housing supply policies are considered to be out of date, and the weight afforded to them is tempered as a result of that. And that not only applies to the local plans settlement boundary, but also the neighbourhood plans settlement boundary. I do have a lot of sympathy with parishes that prepare neighbourhood plans, because I've been involved in some directly myself. And you know, you get to the position where you spend years preparing a neighbourhood plan, it defines a settlement limit, and then you come to the position, because of the housing delivery test, where that plan is, because it's over 2 years old, is considered to be out of date, and therefore the weight afforded to that settlement limit is no longer determinative, and the tilted balance is engaged if there are not reasons for refusal, such as harm to the setting, harm to significance of heritage assets, or to the AONB. I've detailed in my report why those so-called footnote 7 of the NPPF reasons for refusal are not applicable, in my opinion, in this case. So therefore, we are in the realms of the tilted balance from the NPPF, and we do that. We engage the tilted balance, which is do the benefits, are the benefits significantly or demonstrably outweighed by the adverse impacts, and that's the position. So we are outside the settlement limits in both the neighbourhood plan and the local plan, but because of the age of the neighbourhood plan and because of our housing delivery test position, we are in the realms of the tilted balance. Does that make sense?
It's all of those. I thought we had 5.19 years worth.
We do have 5.17 years, but we only have, I say only, 69% on the housing delivery test.
We are indeed. The housing delivery test came.
And so the settlement boundary follows the existing line of development. So the site is entirely outside the settlement limit. The settlement limit is here. That's right. Can you see on my cursor? Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we're clearly outside of the settlement limit.
Just to from the chair to reinforce the point that Simon has made there. We are in, as we always are, in the arena of tilted balance. What that means is that the policies in the local plan and the neighbourhood plan, if we were not in the tilted balance, that this application would be contrary to, they have less weight. But they still have some weight. They don't have no weight, they still have some weight. And as Simon's made clear, this is a judgment where we are asked to weigh up the limited but nonetheless some weight that the policies have against the limited but nonetheless some benefit from these three houses. And that's why it's before the committee, because this is a fine judgment that you are asked to make today. So that, I mean, Councillor Fry came to the nub of the thing. That's really what this discussion is going to be about. On which side of that tilted balance do you choose to come down? Councillor James, do you have questions?
Just a quick one. Do you also feel that if this application is granted, it would actually set a precedent on the escarpment?
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Obviously, I'm going to advise, and firstly, each application is determined on its own merits. The other thing is obviously policies and context changes. It's not. I've got to be careful to say it's not relevant, and I'm not prejudging, but the fact that, in officer's opinion, we considered the 7-dwelling development was unacceptable, and we negotiated that to reduce it down to the 3 and pull it significantly closer to the existing village. Probably the answer to your question in terms of what officers would think if development came in further north. But obviously each case would be judged on its own merit at that time.
Can I, just before we move on, can I just clarify? So if such an application were to come forward for the rest of the paddocks at a later date, a date after which we had achieved our 5-year housing land survival, and we were no longer in the tilted balance, would the settlement boundary and the policies not to breach the settlement boundary still stand, or would they have been undermined by the fact that we have breached the settlement boundary?
Thank you, Councillor.
Sorry.
I mean, it's going to be a slightly complicated answer. In my opinion, and it was borne out by the previous refusal, even if the tilted balance was in play, I think going beyond what's now proposed for the 3 dwellings is is unacceptable, even in a tilted balance world. So if the tilted balance didn't apply, I don't think it would actually change the situation. It would just strengthen the reason for refusal, because you'd have a defined settlement limit, then a folded significant weight again, because you'd have the housing delivery test position.
So the defined settlement boundary would be afforded its full weight in this hypothetical where we have our 5-year housing land supply, even if we have breached it.
Correct.
Saying it. Yeah.
And on top of that, I think even if we were still in the realms of tilted balance, if I was bringing that proposal forward to you today, members, for the 7, I'd be recommending refusal.
Very helpful. Thank you very much. Yes, sorry. Councillor Cook, questions? Councillor Rideout.
Thank you, Chairman. Belinda Rideout, Gillingham. Simon, can you just confirm, I know this is outline application, but could you confirm the ridge height of the proposed dwellings as opposed to the existing?
I'm going to look it up, but it's 11 metres, springs to mind. I'm going to, sorry, I'm operating on 2 computers. I'm sure it's 11 metres. Certainly 2-storey dwellings, Councillor Rideout. I mean, definitely do that. Yeah, 11 metres above ground level. And the one thing which is a point that some third-party representations made is the ground is obviously slightly higher in the site than those neighbouring dwellings. So it's actually the height above the rear gardens of the neighbouring dwellings is about 13 metres maximum. That makes sense. Not all of the neighbouring dwellings' gardens, because the height varies, but that's the maximum difference between neighbouring garden and maximum height of.
You can, yes.
Through the chair then, so the proposed houses are going to be higher than the existing dwellings, given the lay of the land?
Can I ask a clarification? Oh, do you mean higher as above ordnance datum or higher measured from the respective ground levels?
Finished ridge height.
So they will be higher in terms of ridge height to the ridge height of the existing dwellings, but only fractionally so, actually, only fractionally so. They're actually the same height dwellings, albeit on slightly higher land, if that makes sense.
Are you happy with that answer? Thank you. Councillor Jones, any question?
Given the importance of the view of the church and the old buildings from all the footpaths, would these houses block the view of the church from all angles? And following on from the last question, this outline, could we give permission for outline of single-storey dwellings, or once we give an outline permission, is it any size of it?
What the scale is before you, and they've asked for 2-storey dwellings. So I don't think it would be reasonable to condition it to single-storey. Is the answer to that first question, or the second question. And I've just got the photographs on the screen. You can see that it's the tower that projects above existing development. You can see the top of the nave's roof as well from that photograph. You can see from the plot that the tower remains above the ridges, as does a large part of, because the layout is to be considered, as does the top of the nave. So there is, if you can see from that image, there is a small fraction of the tower that will be obscured by the dwelling just there. Can you see, members?
Yes.
I linger on that image for members where you.
Thank you very much. And the answer to your first question is, if we say yes to this, then we have said yes to two-storey. Yes. Councillor Pothbury, questions?
Thank you. It's all in the same vein, actually. I think building on the boundary, which is really what it is one thing, but building two-storey homes that are pretty unneighbourly, actually, I find most unnecessary. And whether we could put something in for chalet bungalows, which is just about 2 stories, but would reduce the height and be a lot more neighbourly to the lady that lives in Laurel.
Court, yes, number 3.
The neighbour. Would that be possible?
Right, thank you, Councillor Pothbury. Remembering that appearance is reserved matter, and so some of the visuals that the applicant put forward were, I hesitate to use chalet bungalows, but they were designs that had the first floor accommodated partly, if not all in one instance, in the roof space. Obviously, the ridge height, and to answer Councillor Rideout's question, the ridge height is still going to be up there at the 2-storey height to get the headroom in the first floor, but the massing is reduced by that. And so obviously that appearance would be in the council's control, because that's a reserved matter not for determination today. So, and that could obviously, if this application is granted today, the appearance could come back before members as a reserved matter.
Yes, but we can't condition as I understood, we can't condition today that what comes back to us would be chalet bungalows, could we?
No.
I mean, yes, we can only consider the application before us today, and that is for 2-storey. So there's no guarantee that what comes back to us would be smaller than 2-storey, and bearing in mind that I'm not remotely trying to second guess what's in the mind of the developers, but they've come down from 7 to 3, and they put their 3 executive homes. So the challenge for us today is to decide whether or not this is acceptable. It's either acceptable or it's not, but I wouldn't bank on making it acceptable later. So,
to thank you, Chair, to answer that, obviously it would be in our gifts to the local planning authority to determine whether that appearance was acceptable or not. So if the applicant, put in a full 2-storey house and it came before members could refuse that as being not acceptable appearance for the dwellings.
So it's a half comfort, Councillor Pothbury.
Sorry, bang on.
No, not at all.
It's a beautiful village. It's very rural. And from that, looking at the views into the village from the escarpment, even more so. And I'm very mindful, as I know Councillor Rideout is, of a soft edge to villages. And so to have 3 quite tall and prominent because of their halfway up the escarpment, or not halfway up, but on rising ground, excuse me, I think we'd be doing the village a great disservice to allow these. I think if they could settle more so that they were a bit more in the local vernacular, which is mixed to be fair, but there's lots of cottages, and I would certainly feel better about them.
Thank you. Councillor Parker, do you have any questions? Councillor Andrews, Councillor Heatley.
Thank you, Chair. I turn back to the insurance with UPF, and there is a bit that says we must grant effectively unless, and there's the bit that says the application causes protect areas and assets for particular important reason. Now, what I'm thinking of is the footnote 6 is such a thing. And I think I'm trying to interpret what you're telling us
about the views from the footpaths. Obviously, buildings themselves do not want as it's not a way which is spoiled. It is spoiled, which is only in terms of its setting. But I think what it will tell us, as a matter of fact, is that there isn't a place where you see both of them at the same time. Is that right?
Thank you, Councillor Eagley. Yes, paragraph 17.18 of the report, that's absolutely correct. I walked extensively prior to my latest immobilities around, and I tried to get views, and that was even in midwinter, and I could not get a time when I could take in the A and B and the site and the panorama southwards.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yes, one of the questions that I was going to ask was about flooding. I note a comment that the ground remains sovereign in places throughout the year. I just wondered if you could comment on that, please.
Yes, we have a duty when we consider applications in terms of flood risk to not only look at the actual records from the Environment Agency with regard to fluvial flooding, surface water flooding, groundwater flooding, but also the experiences of local residents and obviously the case officer when they survey the site. I first walked the site in winter, and it was very squelchy underfoot. And I then returned to the site in late spring, and actually just before we started the sort of drought of July and August, and the site was still sodden. And I put it down to the fact that there was runoff coming down the hillside, and because the watercourse that follows the back edge of where the village is now has been culverted in places, I put it down to the fact that combination of the soils and the culverting of that field drain, the water just couldn't get into the field drain. However, I do believe, and that's why I put in the report, that the development has laid out has clear scope to deal with drainage issues and not make the situation worse on and off site, and that including an allowance for increased rainfall from climate change. And that is my opinion. The Environment Agency's records actually have it at low risk of fluvial flooding, low risk of groundwater flooding, and low risk of surface water flooding, just the 1 in 1,000 year flow path across the field. Now, as I said, from my own experiences, there's clearly line water on the site, and I've seen representations and photographic evidence of that. But the test is not for the development to be, the solution to it is, does the development make the situation worse? And the opinion, and I've discussed this with my colleagues, drainage engineers in the Leeds Local Flood Authority, and we think not. We think the development's acceptable.
Yes, of course.
As this is in an AONB, there will presumably be TPOs on the new trees planted.
Sorry, Councillor Penfold, it's not in the area of outstanding natural beauty, and it's not in the conservation area where the trees would be protected by falling within. It's when they're in the conservation area that they get protection, and it's not in the conservation area.
Thank you. Yes, another question, Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to clarify the weight given to the neighbourhood plan, which has been given some airing already. If there were specific areas within the neighbourhood plan, do they have to be taken as a whole, as in it maybe fails within the neighbourhood plan on certain issues, or can those be taken cumulatively to add to the weight, or is the weight only taken from the neighbourhood plan itself?
I think what you're asking is, can the adverse impacts be cumulative to get to significant and demonstrable? And the answer to that question is yes.
Thank you. Councillor Rideout, any other questions? Right, Councillor Rideout wants to make a comment, and then Councillor Andrews.
Thank you, Chairman. Belinda Rideout, Gillingham Ward. I think, actually, members, you'll see from the photographs, can we have them back up of the area and the site?
Only Councillor Rideout, which one do you want to go to? If I scroll and you say stop, then...
Well, you could run through them. You can see how beautiful, especially there, that landscape is just gorgeous. And I can see why the residents of Bourton and Parish Council are so keen to conserve the area. What I will say, there is what Bourton have in their neighbourhood plan is something called a green finger. And it's the field I walked through on Sunday, glorious Sunday morning. I walked right around the site. Footpath, I think it's N57.7 to the west of the site. There is a green, what they call a green finger, and just below that there is an area for the new cemetery which abuts the old A303. But when you're stood in that field and you walk at N57.7 footpath, the views across to the application site and beyond are absolutely stunning. And the further you walk up, then you get the views, the Vale, the Blackmore Vale, you've got the Downs. So it's in itself an important area which Bourton residents have identified through their neighbourhood plan. I walked along the top ridge, along the tree line, and there are glimpses of the site as you look back down through the paddock. Of course, the trees still have their leaves on, but in the winter months, there's going to be a clear visual sight of the application site, a view of the application site. I came down on the east side, and again, stunning views looking back through, and then you've got St George's Church right in the background, very, very prominent. These views are identified in the village design statement, also in a document called the Strategic Landscape and Heritage Study for the North Dorset area, which recognised this higher undeveloped land to the north of the A303, the former A303, the long distance views southwards across the village, notably the church tower, the conservation of district linear settlement, the protection of the skyline features, the protection of wooded skyline character, the to prohibit adverse effect to important views. I think this really does have important views, and you can see from that slide there how lovely that is. And I think to introduce any built development in that area is going to just change the character of the area forever, basically. And they are going to be slightly higher, as you can see. And it's just, at the moment, it's a nice balance between the heritage assets and the existing dwellings. This is just going to tip that balance over. Now, I know the first application came in for 9 dwellings, then was reduced to 7 and now 3. And I commend the officers for your hard work with the applicant. But I think 3 houses, 2 houses, 1 house is just too much for that very, very important area, that very valued area. So this is outside the settlement boundary. It's contrary to local plan policy 20. It's contrary to the neighbourhood plan 1, 2 and 3, 6, 7 and 10, which encompasses the green finger. The important views, as I've already said, from the public rights of way. It will have visual harm to the landscape north of the village. I believe it's unsustainable in all ways, economic, social and environmental. It's going to also, in addition, I believe, have impact on the amenity of the existing dwellings. I think it will have quite a significant impact. It's just going to change the area, the tranquility of the area forever. I don't believe it's meeting local need. So in my view, I think any benefit, if there is any benefit of bringing these 3 dwellings forward, I think the impact on the landscape is going to far outweigh any benefit. And I'd be happy to recommend refusal.
Thank you very much. That's very clear. Before we move it, is there anyone who would like to second that? Oh, handfuls, yes. I saw Councillor Apothecary first. Do you want to add anything, and then I'll move on round? Nothing to add at this point. No, absolutely. I think Councillor Andrews was next to speak.
Thank you very much, Chair. Great, and Councillor Royal said. I think we by any way everybody's got a neighbourhood plan, just over that, stick it recycling with. These people have put years of work into developing neighbourhood plan. If we go on development outside of what they propose, and what's the point of going further going ahead of what you said?
Thank you very much. Stella, did I see your hand up to comment?
I was going to second it. I agree with what she said.
And do you want to say anything, or you're just right? Okay. Anybody? Councillor Heatley, you're on.
Thank you. I agree with this. I agree very much with sensible. Saying that I don't set a boundary for so long. My worry is we say that we do put a lot of ways to whether there is something that this is supporting the church, particularly this their structure is subject to a bit like quoted before.
Yes, you. No, I know you're looking at the footnote 6, whatever it is.
Yeah,
yes.
Footnote 7.
Footnote 7. Yes.
Protecting assets.
Yes. 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 Does anyone else want to comment? Yes, Councillor Fry.
Agree with everything Councillor Ryder said on that, but the only override I would add, there's been said that there's no need for houses like that. Well, there clearly is a need, because the process of change in life means you start in a small one, you move up to a bigger one. So there would be a need for those at some point in life. But I'm also don't like us breaching the settlement boundaries and the local plan and the views, and I get all that. And I think we've got more than enough grounds there to write.
Yes. I would just say, I understand what you mean. There is a generic need for houses like this. I think the point that was being made is that the neighbourhood plan had allocated sites to meet its local need, and that's the advantage of having allocated sites in your neighbourhood plan. But it's supposed to protect you from having housing built on the sites that you didn't allocate. But so you're both right. Can I just ask Simon and indeed Mike, have you got enough? Have you heard enough yet, or do we need to adjourn to pull this together into sufficient grounds to put to the vote? We've got the fact that it's contrary to the local plan policy and the neighbourhood plan policies 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, and 10. It's the yes.
Sorry for me sounding very rude and interrupt. I was listening to Councillor Ryder. I was also listening to Councillor Heatley. Obviously, members may be guided by the the previous reason for refusal for the 9, which included the policies, which Councillor Rideout said. It's on paragraph 7.1 of the officer's report. And just looking at that, obviously, Councillor Heatley is quite correct. If you're applying paragraph 11D1 of the MPPF and the footnote 7 reasons are applying, for example, the setting of the grade 2 listed church being the harm being a reason for refusal, then the tilted balance won't be engaged because you're going for 0.1, not 0.2 of 11D. I'm just wondering, just for Rideout, whether it's the Cranbourne Chase and West Wiltshire AO and B setting is in the mix as well. That is also, AO and B is also a footnote 7 reason. As you know, my opinion is it's not affected, but I suppose that's the clarification from officers that we received.
Yes, I mean, because your view is that this development would not impact on the AONB because you can't see it from the AONB.
I couldn't find, I generally searched long and hard and couldn't find a location where you've got the setting of the AONB, the experience of the AONB. And
Linda's view was that it was about the impact on the setting of the AONB, the encroachment of the built form into the
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, the setting of the AONB also is the setting of the heritage assets and the impact.
Yes.
Church and the heritage buildings of Wilcox Lane.
Thank you, Jen. So, I think Councillor Rideout, just for my own clarification, saying obviously the footpaths are leading to the AONB, and the part of the setting the enjoyment of that AONB is the experience coming to it, if you like. So I think that's am I interpreting that correctly, Councillor Rideout?
They are all connected. I mean, they're coming from the AONB, so I think it's the whole experience, isn't it, as you approach?
That's it. I mean, I'm not sure what, yes, I mean, we can stick by the letter, but the spirit of that planning policy seems to me in line with what Councillor Rideout is saying, that it's how you experience the AONB, and you experience the AONB as you come down off it on those footpaths. So are we?
So in that case, sorry, Chair, that reason for refusal in 7.1 of the previous application may be helpful to members. I'm not leading members in any way.
No, lead away.
It does include the references to the church, and it also includes references to the setting of the AONB as well. Do you want me to read it out? Or?
Yes, I have. Has everyone got it in front of them? It's 7.
Okay, I won't read it.
Read it out.
Okay, so the previous reason for refusal was the location of the proposed extend beyond the existing built form into the undeveloped landscape, impacting important views across the existing undeveloped paddocks and towards the grade 2 listed church tower, to the detriment of the landscape quality of the area, the setting of the Cranbourne Chase and West Wiltshire AONB, and the setting of the listed church. Accordingly, the proposal is considered to be contrary to sections 12, 15, and 16 of the National Planning Policy Framework, policies 4, 5, and 24 of the North Dorset Local Plan, and policies 1, 2, 3, and 10 of the Bolton Neighbourhood Plan.
Are we saying then, committee, that we think that that was what you thought about when it had 7 dwellings on, and that we still think the same about 3? That is your grounds for refusal. Happy?
Yes.
I'm going to put that to the vote. All those who wish to refuse this application on the same grounds as Simon has just said, please raise your hand. That's lovely. I think that's done. Thank you very much indeed. Does anyone need a quick, no, please no applause. I know you'd like to go outside with applause. Does anyone need a break? 5 minutes. We'll take a 5-minute comfort break, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, thank you very much. Welcome back. Ladies and gentlemen, with your permission, we will alter the order of the agenda very slightly and take agenda item 10 next, because we have a member of the public waiting to speak to that item, and if we get on with it, he can go home. So we're going to look next at Harbour Vale School in Sherborne. This is installing of 3-metre high twin mesh fence around the school, and Annabelle Cox, the case officer, is not with us today, so this is going to be presented again by Senior Planning Officer Simon Chop. Simon.
Thank you, Chair. So this is an application. I'll share the screen. You can see it's for a fence which would sit inside the line of the existing fence. Harbour Vale School is in Sherborne. There it is, off Symons Road, Harbour Way. So it's a school. It's a school of quite an attractive school, late Edwardian school, classic school architecture. You can see the railings and dwarf wall that are the perimeter of the school at the moment. And this proposal is really a response to safeguarding. So this is safeguarding pupils, students of the school. It's a necessity of our times, I suppose, is the best way to describe it. There's another view of the school. So all this landscaping would be retained. These are the current boundaries, which, as you can see, are not secure from public areas around. And so the proposal is to install this mesh paladin fence around these public perimeters to ensure safeguarding to the security there of the school. Schools, just out for members' interest, do, in response to those points, have a series of permitted development rights these days for such fences. This is just above those permitted development rights, but not materially so. So you would have a fallback position of being able to put up a fence quite similar to the proposed anyway. So there it is. It's the Paladin fence, the unclimbable fence. It is coated, so it will be coloured. It won't be the nasty galvanised grey finish that you sometimes get with fences of this ilk. And I say there's a clear need and benefit arising from the fence, and that is primarily the safeguarding measures, and that is all I have to say on the matter.
Very helpful, thank you very much. Roger Marsh, Mr. Marsh, who would like to come up and make a comment? Thank you. That's the one. This side, that's it.
Thank you. My name is Roger Marsh. I'm a trustee of the Friends of the Yetman Hospital, and as a charity, we have been supporting health and well-being in the community around Sherborne, especially since COVID, and especially in relationship to young people. Harbour Vale School, actually the pupils are disadvantaged pupils, and some of those who are difficult in education and are passed into Harbour Vale School. The Friends of the Yetman Hospital, in actual fact, have provided funds, and this is where I think the planning application needs expanding, in as much that we have provided funds for some outdoor exercise equipment and a sensory garden. And it is felt that the Sherborne Area Schools Trust, in which Harbour Vale School comes under, feels quite strongly that that needs protecting from the outside, from vandalism, because it will be visible around the perimeter of the school and the streets around, And as a charity, we are very keen on promoting health and well-being. And at present, the pupils at the school have to be bused into Yeovil 5 miles away for exercise because the school does not have any facility for exercise. So as I say, we have produced funding in excess of £13,000, and SAS, the Sherborne Area Schools Trust, rightly feel that this needs protecting. So that is the reason why this fence is required.
Very, very helpful additional information. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Marsh. That's, and well done to your charity. So helpful to our young people. Any questions? Nobody has any questions? Any comments? Councillor Andrews.
Thank you, Chair, for your councillor on the project. I was at school at this school, not when I was Mr. Fry, no, I'm very fond of the school. It's not used for mainstream school anymore, and it's a privilege to maintain my daughter's council still, because it takes children with special difficulties, so also special educational needs, but background is different, are horrific. So I would endorse everything that Marsh said, and sincere thanks to the Friends of the Adam Hospital for driving with equipment, and hopefully it should go ahead, so I can happily propose it.
Thank you very much. Can I have a second? I've seen Councillor Apothecary's hand. I saw, oh, sorry, I saw Councillor, I was looking that way. Councillor Apothecary, are you willing to second?
I'm very happy to second it, but I'm happy to give way to Councillor Fry.
You, I saw you first. You're seconding it. Thank you very much. Good. Does anybody have any comment to make on this, or are we all having a heated agreement here? And we can go straight to the vote. I think we can go straight to the vote on this. All those in favour? That's lovely. That's unanimous. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much to Mr. Marsh for taking it.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Marsh, that you had a long day. It was worth it because you've added your little bit of information. Moving then to agenda item 9, which is the next one for Simon. This is St. Osmond's Church of England Middle School in Dorchester. And this is a removal of timber frame single glazed high level windows and replace them with powder coated aluminium double glazed units and replacing a door. See the picture of the door and it looks like it needs replacing. Simon, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I failed to mention on the previous application that the previous one only came because of the Dorset Council ownership of the property. So we're in the same realms on this one. The reason it's coming before committee is because it's our school. So this one is for the replacement of these high-level windows. They're actually sat on the flat roof of the building, as will become. It's buried in the middle of Dorchester suburbia, so it's within the settlement limits of Dorchester. Argyle Middle School. This is the perimeter of the school, but we're actually going to focus upon the roof, as we'll see in a minute, because it's a school, I'll put it diplomatically, of its time, and the architecture includes a flat roof with some windows which sit. So these are actually, this is roof level, and these are clerestory windows that let light into rooms from above. And there's a picture, so you're actually standing on the roof. You can see the roof covering, and these are these clerestory angled windows. And you can see they're not in the greatest shape at the moment, and the replacements are thus here, much in need of it. And we'll come to the chair's favourite door in a minute, I think. So you can see the deterioration of the timbers. and there's the door, which is again on top of the roof. So nothing more really to add, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes. Stella, Councillor Jones, did you have a question or you want to?
Well, not a question, but it is my ward, so.
Yes, can I take questions if there are any, and then I'll come back to you to propose. Any questions? No, Councillor Jones.
This is a school, nothing like the last school. It's been built up bit by bit. Every building different, every door different, every window different. I don't think people are even aware of those windows high up. And I think I'd like to move approval because this will help the school to conserve energy, and they do need replacing. And as I say, you hardly look up there because there's so many different bits of the building, all different.
That's a proposal. A seconder, Councillor Fry to second. You want to comment? No, exactly. Anybody got anything they want to say? Or are we happy to move straight to the vote on this one? I'm nodding. All those who would like to support this application as proposed, raise your hands. That's done. That's lovely. Thank you very much indeed. Good. We are on the home straight, ladies and gentlemen. Application 11, agenda item 11, and we have, this is one that Emma's going to present for us. This is 2A Mill Lane, Charminster, a first floor extension over an existing garage, new normal windows and associated works. And thank you very much, Emma, for sitting quietly all afternoon till we get to your short finale at the end. The finale is always the important bit. Over to you.
Yeah, so this is application 2A Mill Lane.
But your speaker on.
My apologies.
There we are, it's on.
Yes. Sorry. So this is 2A Mill Lane, Charminster. The application came to committee last November for approval, and this is a revision of some of those plans. Northern edge of Charminster, which is just north of Dorchester. The site is within the settled boundary.
Slideshow.
You should be showing.
I want to do it as a slideshow.
Yeah, okay, cool. The site is within the conservation area, which is the blue dotted lines area. The pink is the public right of way. The building. The building between is the coach house belonging to New Cottage, the Grade 2 listed building. It was converted into an annex in 2016. So in the bottom right hand corner is what it looks like existing as a roof plan. And the site plan above what was approved in November for a first floor rear extension, 3 pitch dormers to the rear, additional roof lights, dormers to the front, roof lights to the rear, dormers to the front. And the proposal is to amend the dormers to the rear. So rather than having 3 pitched dormers, there's 1 giant dormer. I think giant, large, I should say. Not reading slides.
Yeah.
Sorry. This is just a plan of the layout of the site and the separation distances between the Grade 2 listed building on the left, the road to Mill Lane, and the sort of public right of way to the right. To the east. The appearance, showing the slides, existing elevations at the top, what was approved last year in November, and those elevations currently in this application. As you can see, many differences to the rear, standing seam, dormer with some aluminium windows. And the side elevations are exactly the same as what was approved previously, and it's still upgrading the interval bird box in the sort of the apex of the roof. The internal layout still shows big windows and slightly bigger dormer just to provide additional headroom for bedroom 3, the ensuite, and the family bathroom. Photos on the street, on the top left, bit closer to the elevation. From the rear, from the area the first floor extension will be. It will be set back from this edge above the garage in line with the thing. The 5 shows a relationship between the current site and the first building. 6. 6 is the east side of the building. Photo 7 and 8 are from public right of way. 7 sort of northwest and 8 south. Some soft landscaping is between site and the public right of way. So the parish council, so they did support the scheme, subject to some landscaping being provided to minimise use between the dwelling and annexing. No other comments or T's or neighbour comments received. Yeah.
Good. Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, any questions? Councillor Pothcary.
Thank you. The parish council support the scheme on a proviso that there is screening between the windows and next door. I'm trying to work out the relationship.
Sorry. So on the on this plan, the site plan of the northwestern elevation, there is some bifolding doors which were approved in the previous permission at ground floor. And from the photo, so I'm just going to scroll quickly. Photo 5, see there is some sort of fencing, and the topography of the site sort of slopes from east down to the west. So,
through you, Chairman, yes. Can you give some assurance that the new dormer window, the very large dormer window, won't be impacting on the amenity of the person that lives in that building?
And yes, the direction of the large dormer to the rear is facing northeast, and the greater listed building is the western direction. So there'll be no overlooking views between the proposed dormer and any neighbouring properties, because it looks beyond the fields.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Very helpful. Any other questions? Everybody, yes, Councillor.
Propose it. I think it makes sense. You can see what they're doing there.
Yep, thank you very much. That's a proposal. I have a proposer and a seconder, Councillor Jones. Any further comments? We'll move straight to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hands. That's done. Thank you very much indeed. Good. Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have just the 4 items of urgent business, and then we move on to there are no items of urgent business, and there are no exempt items, so I'm closing the meeting at 3:42. Thank you very much indeed for your time.